emergency response plan before
Yes,
we start?
please, yeah.
Okay. So before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate the building. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk at any time if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council committee colleagues. Councillor Paquette is away. Councillor Cartmel is here. Councillor Winspear is here. Councillor Tang is here. And we also joined by Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rutherford, and let me see if any other colleagues joining us virtually. Councillor Knack, you there, right?
Good morning.
And Councillor Wright, you there?
Good morning.
Then I think that is it for now. Great. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang, you want to do that?
Sure. I move that the January 22nd, 2025 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. With the addition of 7.1, surplus school site sale or lease of land below market value and grant funding program, attachment 13, private pursuant to section 27 of the FOIP Act, and item 7.2, Winspear expansion project, and replacement report, 7.1, surplus school site sale or lease of land below market value and grant funding program financial and corporate services report FCS 02729.
And orders.
Oh, and apologies. And the order of the day be changed as follows: adjournment at 3:30 p.m.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Cardamom, you want to do that? November 27th?
Yep, sure. I'll move approval of the minutes of the November 27th Executive Committee meeting.
Okay. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Okay, none. Sorry. No?
You're good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Select items for debate. Okay. I will select 6.1 and 7.1. Any other selections?
Mr. Mayor, I'll select 7.2, 7.3. I would like to select 7.4, but I know we have a shortened agenda today, and
But if you need to select, we can always,
okay, all right, I will select it then.
requisite some items to council.
Yeah, I think it's an important
Yeah.
report. I'll do 7.4 as well.
Okay. Okay. So 6.1, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4. Any other? Okay, all right. Can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us what we have already approved?
I can, thank you. This morning, committee has approved the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Industrial Investment Action Plan 2025 update, a revised due date of June 18th, 2025. Item 7.5, extension of Yellow Pencil sole source contract. Item 7.6, bylaw 21009 to designate the McClory residence as a municipal historic resource will be going up to council. Item 7.7, bylaw 21015 to designate the Brennan residence as a municipal historic resource, also going up to council. And 7.8, bylaw 21016 to designate the Southside Market as a municipal historic resource is also proceeding to council.
Thank you. We do have requests to speak. Councillor Winspear, do you have the list? You want to read that into the record?
Sure, I'll move that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate on item 7.1, surplus school site sale or lease of land below market value and grant funding program. Peter Lively.
Peter, you here? Okay, there you are.
Here.
Yep.
Bruce Hiller.
Keep.
Hillier. Leah Windanowski.
Keep.
Louise Larner.
Yes.
Online.
Yes.
And item 7.2, Winspear expansion project, Jesse Watson.
Yeah, online.
Keep. Are you registered to speak as? Can you register? I know there are folks here from Winspear. I don't have your names on the list to speak. Are they part of delegation? Or
They are part of the delegation.
Oh, you're part of the delegation. That's good then. Okay, great. Good. Mm-hmm. Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request for specific time on agenda? None. Councillor inquiries? None. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Request to reschedule reports? None. And unfinished business, 6.1. We have quite a bit to manage, right? And there's no one here to speak on 6.1. And is the delegation here from administration on 6.1? You are, right? This is not really, this is not time-sensitive item, right? Okay. So can we pause it for now and maybe let's see how we go into the agenda? Somebody will give you a call, then you can come back later on, right? Okay. Is that okay, committee? That we get into 7.1 and 7.2, we have speakers on it, and put 6.1 on hold and see how we do on the agenda?
Are you doing a motion for that?
I
I'm
think
just asking for committee sense from
need to
committee.
define on hold, postpone till later in the day or for the moment, or I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you could do is make a motion to move it to the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
We'll see how far we get, and then we
Okay,
can always deal with
cool.
it again.
Okay. Tim, you want to move that?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we going to go into items 7.1 first. We'll go to administration to make a presentation, then we'll go to speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead, please.
You can hear me? Okay, good. So we do have a presentation, so we'll get going here. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of Executive Committee. My name is Bartosz Jiraki, and I'm the Director of the Property Transactions Team of the Real Estate Branch. I'm joined today by Royce Carey for my team, Crystal Kajener beside me, as well as Stuart Carrick from the Housing Action Team. We're here today to provide an update on the next steps on the 11 surplus school sites that have been designated for affordable housing development. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. In 2015, 14 of those sites were approved by council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of policy C583. For a variety of reasons, including funding constraints and other civic priorities, administration has not advanced these sites to market. Since 2017, there has been a focused and cohesive cross-departmental effort to advance housing development on city-owned land. The city's Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, which was approved by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for $175 million in funding in November of 2023, addresses the city's funding constraints for these sites. To further unlock their development potential, in December 2023, Council approved an update to the surplus school site policy, which is now policy C583A, to help provide more flexibility to ensure affordable housing can be built on the sites. Just over a year ago, City Council declared a housing emergency. Currently, more than 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. That is crowded or that is unsafe. 1/3 of these households include children. As outlined in the spring 2024 SCBA, the Housing Action Team has allocated up to $99 million towards the development of the surplus school sites. Over the last year, administration conducted numerous studies on the sites, shared its plans with neighbors and community stakeholders, and applied for rezonings and MR removals on 7 sites. In November, Council approved all necessary rezonings, MR removals, and subdivisions, and all 11 sites were listed for sale or lease. Next slide, please.
The surplus school sites represent one of the most significant opportunities the city has to address our shortage of affordable housing. Leveraging these assets is a key initiative within the city's Housing Accelerator Fund, or HAF Action Plan, and our Affordable Housing Investment Plan, which were both designed to bring on supply that the market will not provide on its own. Since 2019, the city has had a target of 16% affordable housing in each neighborhood, which represents the equitable citywide distribution of the non-market housing required to meet the needs of all Edmontonians. All of the neighborhoods with the surplus school sites that we are discussing today have less than the 16% of affordable housing targeted. Land assembly is difficult in developed neighborhoods and can come at a premium cost. Without the development of the surplus school sites, it may be difficult to meet the 16% target in these areas. Under our HAF agreement with the CMHC, the city has committed to create 1,940 new units of non-market affordable housing by 2026. We are currently about 1/3 of the way to that goal. It is critical that these sites are developed, as they are expected to deliver another 1/3 of the required affordable housing units. Council's approval today will help us ensure that we reach that goal. Next slide, please. Over the last year, administration has been conducting market sounding or targeted engagement with potential affordable housing developers, specifically related to the potential to build affordable housing on these surplus school sites. Through that market sounding, we clearly heard that to achieve the city's affordability goals, land on its own is not enough to ensure a successful project. The amount of capital grants provided directly correlates to the number of units and the depth of subsidy of the affordable housing. In other words, the more funding we can provide for construction, the more new homes can be built and the more affordable they will be for future residents. In addition, timeliness and certainty of resources provided by the city are critical success factors in proposing and building any form of housing, but particularly for affordable housing. As most affordable housing units in the city are built by nonprofit organizations, typically these developers are highly risk adverse and are not able to invest significant sums to develop project designs without confirmation of their ownership or leasehold interest in a site. To incentivize the development of affordable housing on these sites, the city is combining programs that we offer to assist in the development of new affordable housing. This includes land below market rate sale or lease and grants for the construction of affordable housing units. We'll be providing capital grants of up to 25% of the capital costs for the affordable housing units, inclusive of the value of the land. As an additional performance incentive and pending fund availability, the city will consider grants up to 40% for more deeply affordable units. To be considered for grants of up to 40%, proposals must offer greater value for the city's investment, such as additional affordable units, deeper affordability, and/or increased energy efficiency. A land servicing subsidy is also available to fund up to 100% of any off-site infrastructure costs. Recognizing that the speed and efficiency is critical for the success of these developments, administration will assign a surplus school site liaison from the Housing Action Team to work with the applicant to ensure coordination with all other city services. The projects will be monitored by the Client Liaison Unit of Development Services and further supported by an affordable housing specialist within the Safety Codes team. Next slide, please.
The surplus school sites were listed on the open market on November 15, 2024, and the listings are expected to close on February 14th, 2025. As some of the sites may be sold or leased to for-profit entities for less than market value, in accordance with the MGA, the city has advertised the proposed below-market sale or lease in the Edmonton Journal. In addition to that regulatory advertisement, the city used opt-in email notices to the development community interested in new parcels of land for sale, opt-in email to current residents of the surplus school site neighborhoods, and emails to local community leagues and homeowners associations. The city also issued a news release about the listings on November 22nd, 2024, which was National Housing Day. Insufficient petitions were received during the petition period required under the MGA to sell below market to for-profit organizations if they were to be selected as the preferred applicant. Executive Committee can consider approval of the proposed sales or leases below market value. Next slide, please. Administration created the Surplus School Site Program Guide in response to the market sounding and to provide guidance on the distribution of HAF funds allocated through the SCBA. The guide provides relevant information to prospective affordable housing developers on what the city will require for a bid on the land, including mandatory minimum requirements. Key among the requirements is demonstrating ability to meet Housing Accelerator Fund timelines on permitting. Developers must be able to show how much equity they bring to a potential project and their ability to get other grants or financing. We will then evaluate fully their approach to affordable housing on the site. For instance, does their proposal support a particular population in need of affordable housing? What is the unit mix that they are proposing for that population? How many affordable housing units are being proposed? How long would they remain affordable? It's important to pause here and note that the affordable housing is a long-term housing for households that earn below the median income for their household size. Monthly rent must fall below the city's maximum allowable rental rates, which is 80% of average market rental rates, as determined annually by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. We then review their approach from a holistic perspective, considering the city's housing need assessment, our available grant funds, and the larger mix of projects that we would look to support. For example, it is our preference to be able to provide housing options for multiple housing need segments throughout the sites, whether it be for seniors, Indigenous, newcomers, or families. By bringing forward multiple parcels at a time, the surplus school sites present a unique opportunity for affordable housing developers to propose a portfolio approach on multiple properties at the same time that can be complementary. In those instances, we would consider the minimum mandatory requirements across the entire portfolio and how individuals in core housing need are being served across multiple sites. A potential example could include a developer considering a mixed market approach where rents in a section of the city are higher than another. In theory, the market rents of this more lucrative neighborhood could offset the affordable housing on that individual site, but also in another new building. The program guide has been developed to allow such proposals, and they would be evaluated within the larger breadth of proposals for each site. Next slide, please. The Housing Accelerator Fund allows us to move forward without having to rely on the tax levy. Today, we are seeking approval for administration to have the delegated authority to enter into sale and affordable housing agreements over the next months. Although we are not at the stage of knowing the specific proponents who may acquire the land or what their development proposals will entail, this approval for delegated authority will ensure that we are able to quickly and efficiently work through agreement terms as we strive to meet the building permit targets identified through the Housing Accelerator Fund agreement. In addition, This will provide certainty to developers that projects can move expediently, and it will more efficiently use the limited resources of administration and council, where the alternate could be 11 independent reports coming forward before summer break seeking approvals for each site. Next slide, please. Immediately following the listing closing date of February 14th, 2025, administration will start the review of the proposals that have been submitted. Once a proposal and a proponent is selected for each of the 11 sites, administration will move forward with negotiations as required with the agreements, expected to be finalized around second quarter of 2025. As mentioned, the Housing Accelerator Fund requires that building permits be issued by the third quarter of 2026, and to further ensure the expedient delivery of these new homes, administration is requiring construction to begin 1 year after the sale or lease agreements are fully signed. So approximately starting in between Q2 and Q4 of 2026, with occupancy in Q2 or Q4 of 2028. City staff from across every department have contributed to the preparation of these sites for sale or lease. It has been an integrated, corporation-wide effort to expedite the process in alignment with the Housing Accelerator Fund. These sites offer a generational opportunity for industry and affordable housing partners to work together and make a significant difference in both the affordability crisis and the housing emergency in Edmonton. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and look forward to any questions you may have after the speakers.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to call the speakers. Please come down to the to this side, actually. Peter Livili, please come down. Will be speaker number 1. Bruce Hillier, speaker number 2. Leah Birnowski, speaker number 3. Louis Lerner, speaker number 4, joining us virtually, okay, remotely. Please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations, but I do want to this is kind of normal practice for us to make some opening remarks before the speakers speak, that administration have already provided their opening remarks, and speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present, and clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had the chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or committee members and other panel members, and for this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. And if you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and refrain from using a raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration, or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, clerk will guide you, which we already done. In the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's instructions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So with that, we'll start with Peter Livili.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Councilors. I would like to begin by emphasizing the significant implications of removing municipal reserve land and addressing the errors made by administration that misinformed Council's decision during the public hearing on November 4th and 5th. Municipal reserve lands, established under the Municipal Government Act, ensure communities have access to recreational and green spaces that enhance quality of life. Section 674, Part 1 of the MGA mandates that reserve lands be used for parks, schools, or recreation, unless it is clearly demonstrated that these lands are no longer required for such purposes. In this case, the city has not conducted a specific community needs assessment for Wedgwood Park, as required by the Urban Parks Management Plan and the Breathe strategy. Without such an assessment, the claim that this land is surplus is invalid. Moreover, the decision to remove municipal reserve land in Wedgwood Park relied on misleading and outdated information from administration and the applicant. At multiple stages, their communications have misrepresented key facts, undermining public trust and calling into question the prudence of granting them full control over decisions regarding these lands. Administration falsely claimed that the municipal reserve designation was removed in 2012, misleading council into believing their role was procedural rather than deliberative. Only after Leah questioned this claim did it become clear that land title certificates, as recent as December 3rd, 2024, still listed the municipal reserve designation. By then, the confusion created for councillors was irreparable, an unacceptable outcome for decisions of such significant consequence. Additionally, administration repeatedly miscalculated Wedgwood's parkland provision metrics. Over several interactions, they provided 4 different calculations, none of which were accurate. This inconsistency revealed a lack of clear guidelines for calculating parkland. After significant debate at the public hearing, administration finally presented an accurate calculation but dismissed it because it exceeded the outdated UPMP standard of 2.0 hectares per 1,000 people. This reliance on outdated metrics ignored the BREATHE strategy, which provides more precise benchmarks for parkland provision. The BREATHE strategy establishes a baseline of 6.3 hectares per 1,000 people and a future provision target of 5.0 hectares per 1,000 people. Wedgwood's current parkland provision at 3.61 hectares per 1,000 people falls significantly below these standards, demonstrating that this land is essential to the community and not surplus. By selectively applying standards and relying on outdated metrics, administration acted in bad faith and advanced its agenda. Accurate calculations clearly show that Wedgwood Park does not meet the BREATHE strategy's requirements, underscoring its importance to the community's open space needs. Given this evidence, I urge Council to exclude the Wedgwood site from Policy C583A. The MGA and city guidelines for removing municipal reserve land have not been satisfied, and proceeding with a vote to sell this land at below market value would be premature and unjustified. Reconsideration is necessary to uphold fairness and community stewardship. Furthermore, I ask Council to reconsider granting City Administration control over a $99 million budget with a single vote. Administration's history of misrepresenting key information and selectively applying policy raises significant concerns about transparency and accountability. Stronger oversight mechanisms are needed to ensure that future decisions are guided by accurate, unbiased data and align with Edmonton's value of fairness and community-centered planning. Thank you.
Thank you. I would caution everyone not to make unsubstantiated allegations against administration. So I'll give you that leeway, but I want to respect our administrations. They give us professional advice, and we take that advice very seriously. Bruce Hillier, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed sale of surplus school site lands, particularly in Wedgwood, at below market value. I'm here on behalf of concerned citizens, both from the community and its surrounding areas, who believe this action contradicts the legislative intent and spirit of both provincial legislation, law, and municipal policy governing municipal reserve lands. To build upon what Peter said, both provincial legislation and municipal policy establish clear conditions for repurposing municipal reserve lands. Specifically, Section 675(3) of the MGA requires that municipal reserve land cannot be used for other purposes unless the proceeds from that sale are directed exclusively to municipal reserve purposes, such as parks, recreation, or schools. As a side note, Mr. Mayor, you might recall at the November 4th/5th meeting, public hearing, you asked City Administration if they had this MGA thing covered, and they replied, sure. However, clearly that's not the case. City Policy C468A Funds from the sale of municipal reserve land must be reinvested within the originating neighborhood to acquire additional school or parkland or to enhance local parks, with the process involving community consultation to ensure local benefits. These requirements are reinforced in the city's own guiding documents. The Urban Parks Management Plan states that proceeds from land sales must be directed towards reserves. The Breathe Strategy Plan emphasizes that proceeds from sale lands must fund open spaces or amenity acquisitions. The intent behind these policies is clear. When reserve land is repurposed, the affected neighborhood should directly benefit. Selling Wedgwood Park at far below market value or $1 undermines this principle, depleting the municipal reserve lands and deprives the community of critical resources for future parks, school, and recreational needs. This action contravenes the statutory intent of the MGA and its related policies. This proposal not only disregards legislative requirements, but also raises broader concerns about the transparency and fairness of the city's approach. Policies like C-468A and the Breathe Strategy are designed to prioritize community benefits, yet the proposed sale demonstrates a concerning disconnect between policy, intent, and execution. This warrants closer scrutiny to ensure alignment between stated goals and actual practices. Policy C-437A intends to create a transparent process for land use, lacks clear procedures, and overlooks the stipulations of the Municipal Government Act, its governing body, C-468A, and other key documents. Moreover, while the policy specifies using city land assets for nonprofit affordable housing, for-profit developers, as you saw earlier, have now been included in the process, which contradicts the policy's intent and raises questions about the city's commitment to equitable and transparent practices. Compounding this issue, new information from the Surplus School Site Program Guide, as we saw earlier, released after November 5th, undermines the integrity of the affordable housing program. The guide allows 30% minimum affordable housing requirements to be met across the whole portfolio of projects, as we heard from administration today, rather than applying to each site individually. So this loophole enables developers to concentrate affordable housing in areas like Dunluce or Carnarvon while designating sites like Wedgwood for 100% market value rentals. This approach prioritizes developer profits at the expense of community needs, destroying Wedgwood Park without delivering any tangible affordable housing benefits. In conclusion, I urge Council to remove Wedgwood Park from policy C-583 as Peter suggested, and vote against its sale at below market value. This proposal violates the Municipal Government Act and the city policies by failing to reinvest proceeds into the affected neighborhoods. Even if you did turn the proceeds over, probably $1, to the community, this will be a bit of a joke. This will hardly represent the intent of the Municipal Government Act. Destroying Wedgwood Park for market rental undermines transparency, equity, and the long-term interest of Edmonton's communities. I sincerely ask Council to prioritize thoughtful, community-focused planning that respects the intent of provincial law that governs municipal reserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Leah Wilnowski. Please go ahead. Leah, sorry.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on behalf of the Wedgwood community. Today I stand here not only as a community advocate, but as a steward of values that this council holds dear: transparency, fairness, and thoughtful urban planning. We face a pivotal moment. The decision to sell Wedgwood Park at below market value jeopardizes Edmonton's commitment to preserving municipal reserve land, a cornerstone of community well-being. Wedgwood Park is not surplus. It is essential to our residents' quality of life as well as our surrounding communities. Section 674-1 of the Municipal Government Act is unequivocal. Municipal reserve lands must be used for parks, schools, or recreation unless a specific needs assessment proves otherwise. Yet this assessment has not been conducted for Wedgwood. The city's Urban Parks Management Plan, the Breathe Strategy, mandates such due diligence, making the assertion that Wedgwood Park is surplus unsubstantiated. Administration's handling of this matter has further eroded public trust. Misleading claims, inconsistent parkland calculations, and an over-reliance on outdated metrics have muddied the decision-making process. Wedgewood's park current provision of 3.61 hectares per 1,000 people falls below the Breathe Strategies baseline of 6.3 hectares and even the lower target of 5.0 hectares for future provisions. This shortfall underscores the park's critical role in meeting our community's green space needs. Ignoring these facts not only dismisses our research, but risks setting a dangerous precedent for other communities. And the sale of this municipal reserve land violates the statutory intent of the MGA, as Bruce explained, which requires proceeds from the sale to be given back to the community to compensate for the loss of the benefit of municipal reserve land. Your vote today to support the under market value sale of MR will put the city in breach of the MGA. We have now filed an application for judicial review with the Court of King's Bench, emphasizing procedural flaws in the process of the November 4th and 5th hearings. This decision today must be reconsidered. Continuing on this path will force us to pursue further legal action, a step we do take reluctantly but resolutely. Our advocacy is not rooted in opposition of affordable housing, and it never has been. In fact, we deeply respect its importance. But prematurely labeling this project as affordable housing while ignoring the park's values to our community has been misleading and dismissive. As a community, we have presented comprehensive research, followed every procedure, and shown unwavering respect for this council's processes. You have heard from over 500 voices through email, through phone, surveys, and the 23 individuals who spoke at the November 4th and 5th hearings, and the 3 here today. Yet our voices have continued to be marginalized. We've refrained from sensationalizing the issue on media to respect the broader affordable housing objectives. We have even proposed alternate solutions that would preserve municipal reserves while advancing housing goals, yet these suggestions have been ignored. Before you today is the sale of 11 sites, which will eliminate a total of 37 acres of parkland. Are we truly really willing to erase all these spaces, soccer fields, skating trails, and major community hubs when alternate solutions do exist? Edmonton prides itself on innovation and sustainability, which I am proud of. Why not explore underutilized lands in adjacent neighborhoods or mixed-use developments that integrate housing and green spaces? Why not balance housing needs with the preservation of green spaces that serve the health and well-being of the constituents of this city? This city council faces a defining moment. Will you listen to the voices of those who have spent hundreds of hours researching, gathering legal counsel, and advocating respectfully for their communities? Or will you allow flawed data and procedural shortcuts to dictate irreversible decisions? I urge this council to uphold its commitment to thoughtful community-focused planning, remove Wedgewood Park from policy C583A, and do not vote to sell this site under market value. Edmonton's strength lies in the preservation of spaces like Wedgewood Park, unique spaces that enhance physical and mental health, foster social cohesion, and address urban heat challenges. These benefits cannot be replicated once lost. Together, let's forge a path that respects Edmonton's values, legal frameworks, and community voices. Let's ensure we don't look back with regret, but forward with pride and shared stewardship of this city and of Wedgewood Park.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us again. Next, we will go to Louise Larner from Lymburn Citizens Group.
Good morning, Mayor and City Councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the proposed sale of the surplus school sites for below market value. While the intent to provide affordable housing on these lands is commendable, the process has overlooked key principles of fiscal responsibility and equity. The value of the 11 surplus school sites identified for below market sale is over $26 million. That value does not reflect the actual market value of the lands, but represents the value applied to the lands for the Housing Accelerator Fund development process, and not the value that the lands would receive if they were indeed placed on the open market. The requirements of the HAF timelines are driving the decision-making process for the school surplus sites for both the sale of the land at below market value as well as the rezoning applications heard for these sites in 2024. Shouldn't the driver be sound, fiscally responsible decision-making instead? As noted in the council report, administration wants to meet the requirements of the HAF so that funding is not lost for affordable housing. While this concern may be valid, it should not be given the weighting that is being applied for the below-market sale of the sites. The report presented here by administration says that as 2025 is a municipal election year, administration is bringing all the sites in a single report to avoid any potential delays that could impact its ability to access the HAF funds. If there is so much concern that an election could so significantly derail the development of these surplus school sites, then the question of why begs to be asked. This points to a question of fiscal responsibility by current council in that case. Administration also would seem to prefer that the sites be sold as opposed to leased to reduce the long-term liability that would be held by the city. But in either case, sale or lease, the city would also be receiving less tax revenue from all properties provided to developers through grants and tax reductions. Again, where is the fiscal responsibility? Recently in the news, there have been reports of many affordable housing providers not meeting the maintenance requirements of tenants. Who is going to be responsible for enforcing that the individuals residing in the affordable housing are receiving the fair and equitable treatment that they deserve? Where are the checks and balances going to be for this? With only 5% equity contribution, do developers really have much vested in these developments? Administration processes fail miserably, as evidenced through the even seemingly simple engaged Edmonton process of notification that administration follows, but which has proven entirely ineffective time and time again. The City of Edmonton has faced significant budgetary challenges in recent years. In 2023, the city projected a $73.8 million deficit in its operating budget, marking the largest one-year budget shortfall in its history. Despite efforts to reduce costs, the city continues to grapple with financial constraints. So in December 2024, the City Council approved property tax increases of 6.1% for 2025 and 6.8% for 2026 to mitigate budgetary pressures. Given this context, the proposal to sell surplus school land sites at below market value is fiscally irresponsible. Opting for below market sales not only forfeits potential revenue, but also exacerbates existing budget deficits. These funds could be strategically reinvested into essential services, infrastructure, and community programs, thereby alleviating the need for substantial tax hikes and service reductions. Furthermore, the city's justification for below market sales relies on the HAF, which aims to create 1,940 affordable housing units by 2026. However, the affordability requirement applies to only 30% of the units, with affordability granted for a minimum of 25 years. This limited scope does not sufficiently address the long-term housing crisis, nor does it even remotely justify the permanent loss of green space in existing and well-established neighborhoods. Alternative solutions exist. Edmonton's innovative spirit and commitment to sustainably demand a more thoughtful approach. Due to all inaccuracies in the projects, all property should be removed from the sale at below market values. In conclusion, I urge Council to reconsider the sale of surplus school sites at below market value. Let's explore creative solutions that balance housing needs with the preservation of vital community spaces before it's too late to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Questions to the panel? Councillor Cardamel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for your presentations. Maybe I'll direct this question to Ms. Widenowski. Appreciate the various concerns that you've raised. I share some of them. I guess, though, the question I have is this. Among other considerations and aspects, it seems to me that the crux of this decision is whether this land is sold on the open market to private developers, to essentially anyone, or if they are specifically sold to parties that are going to develop below market housing. And I have questions about this too that I'll ask of administration, but perhaps on the premise that those that would acquire these sites would have a greater level of accountability to the city, to city administration, to city council if those sales went through. I appreciate the comments about whether these policy questions exist, but on the fine point of that question, what's your preference, an open market sale or a somewhat limited sale?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. I will stick to answering that question. I think the best thing for our community would be, in the essence of this being sold and a building being put on it, if that's all the decision that we have today is to put it on the open market and actually sell it for its full value. And then when that process is completed, the proceeds from that sale will go back into the community according to the legislation in the MGA, which would actually give our community benefits for removing that municipal reserve land that we rely very highly on for recreational and wellness needs, which has been completely overlooked. And so, you know, I've given this considerate thought. I have talked with our community league members, board members, and I've talked with other community members at large about this decision. And everybody is on side to get the full value of what this land is worth,
Right,
so that
so-
we could invest back into our community.
So, so it's a value proposition for you, if I can say it in that way, that if it's going to happen, then it should happen at market values, so that if that particular policy is followed and there's dollars to reinvest in the community, there's more dollars.
Exactly.
Not below market dollars. Okay.
Absolutely.
Maybe to Mr. Hiller, you listed off a number of policy concerns. I'm gonna, because I'm not quite sure if they're violations or not. That's a question to be asked momentarily. Is it the decision about whether to sell it below market value or not that creates these policy questions, or was it the change in land use that happened at the public hearing that is in violation of these policies?
Yeah, it's actually both, Councillor. Thanks for the question.
Yeah.
It's actually both, and it'd be difficult to prioritize one versus the other. It's for sure, I believe the process that was undertaken on November 4th and 5th was made with flaws, for sure, and I explained that in my presentation. But I also believe that, and consistent with what Leah had said, that if push comes to shove, and at the end of the day, the land is to be sold for affordable housing, it should be at fair market value, so we get the benefit of those proceeds back as intended by the Municipal Government Act.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from Johnny Bright School grade 6 class. Thank you so much for joining us. They are here with the teacher, K. Nabe, right? Thank you so much. And Ward EP Kokinipiasti. Your counselor is Councillor Rice. I don't think Councillor Rice is not part of the committee, and she is not in the meeting today. Thank you so much for joining. I usually invite the mayor to say a few words, your selected mayor, but we are very tight on schedule today, so I'm not going to do that. Sorry about that. Well, I'll come say hi to later on during the break. Good. All right. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here today and for your presentations. You know, I really hear the passion that you have for your community and the desire to ensure that you know, we are all thinking about the future. I don't think there's I don't think that's missing on in my decision-making process. But I just want to circle back on this latest response to Councillor Cartmell's question. I think I'm just struggling with the notion that having more housing choices in your neighborhood is not a benefit. Did you want to speak to that?
So I don't believe that was the answer that I gave Councillor Cartmell. It had nothing to do with more housing choices in Wedgwood. What it has to do is the fact that where you're choosing to put that housing is municipal reserve land that currently acts as a park. no disrespect, but you ignored all of our information that we provided that it is actually not surplus to our community's needs. So we are against any building of any kind going in that location.
But I guess I'm speaking more towards the option at this point of selling at the open market or
Right.
below market.
So now you've forced us into a situation where this is the only decision left. And so to that we say it should be sold at full market value on the open market so that the funds and the proceeds from that sale can actually be used to compensate the loss of the benefit of this park space, and that is outlined in the MGA. Throughout this entire process, these neighborhoods, including Wedgwood, have been asked to just forfeit this land that we use for park. And the city administration has provided no benefit back to us for this, potential transaction, if you will. We're losing a U7, U9, highly used U7, U9 sports or soccer field, and there is nowhere to replace it.
I think from a recreation perspective, I hear the concern. I think I struggle with the framing that there's no benefit to the community from these choices. And I'm just unclear.
But it's not, I just want to clarify, sorry to interject there, Councillor Stevenson, because I know you're very clear in your directions. When we say benefit, we're saying recreation and park benefit, because that's what municipal reserve land is meant to be. We're not saying that having additional housing in our neighborhood wouldn't be a benefit. That is not what we were saying.
Okay. And so help me imagine what you would spend the funds on. Where would you want to see those invested in your community?
So we've done several surveys as a community league, which I'm actually a member of, over the past several years, asking our neighbors, what would you like to see augmented in our neighborhood to support not only your families, but your friends and families that come here and use this park? We have quite an extensive list, actually. One of the things is if you are going to build on this land and we lose that U7, U9 soccer field, we find a way to infill land that's currently not owned by us in the community league, it's owned by the city, to refill that land and build that U7 soccer field. That infill would also help support the skating trail that we currently host every winter that will no longer be able to be hosted in the space.
I guess maybe just to focus the question, like we are talking about millions of dollars.
We are.
Yeah, and I'm just struggling. How do you feel that would contribute to equitable access for all Edmontonians to recreation spaces?
So the infill alone of where actually administration came to the table very late in the November 5th hearing with a proposal for where maybe this soccer field could go. They haven't even assessed the merits of the land. However, I have. And it requires significant infill as well as some potential drainage realignment because that space flows right into our storm water management facility. That infill alone, Councillor Stevenson, could cost $1.5 million. So you are taking away a field and selling a land for under market value that's actually worth more than $1.5 million. And then now, we'd be looking at a price tag of $1.5 million just to replace that soccer field.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just don't have a quick, so the decision in front of us is about, this is to Leah, whether to sell these parcels below market. And if we do sell at market, that means, $28 or so million, I can't remember the exact amount, that will go toward affordable housing. Then we would have to make it up through property tax increases in order to build those affordable housing. Yes, we would. Like if our goal is to build affordable housing in the city, and we're going to allocate land at below market, that's city's contribution to affordable housing. Without that, if we sell at market, then if we go, in order to meet our target of affordable housing, money has to come from somewhere.
I absolutely don't believe that you would have to hike property taxes or even find additional money to support your housing goals. You have the access to 13 other surplus school sites that we could use to put some of
Oh,
these
so
units
you're fine with
into.
other schools, other surplus school sites being allocated for housing and sold at below market?
We
You're
have told
only-
you time and time again that the Wedgwood Park site is truly unique. We
I
have
see.
proved that it was never deemed surplus appropriately and therefore should not be sold.
Okay, so if I understand, you're fine with other sites other than Wedgwood?
There are a few other sites on the list that I believe you've also made a mistake on. But there are some sites that on paper, and I have not been out there, I have not done the full research, could support. But what I'm worried about, what I saw in administration's presentation, is that they already have given these housing providers the ability to spread the minimal amount of units required as part of their process across a portfolio. There's already potential and potential intention to not put any affordable units in Wedgwood at all, because
Okay.
we know those units will command a higher price rate. You have all told us
Thank
that
you.
our neighborhood's too expensive.
Thank you so much. That concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go to questions to administration.
Mayor, I do just want to flag for you, we have someone attempting to register right now, so I just want to ask committee if you would like to.
Who is it, sorry, on this item?
It is just coming in right now. I just want to ask if you want to add that person when they come in and take a moment, or if you've considered.
Are they here or are they not here
They would
yet?
join us virtually.
Are they there? What's the name? I'll call their name. If they're here, we'll entertain.
They are just completing their registration at the moment, so it's up to you.
Yeah. We usually accommodate until, like, if we haven't started with, had we started with administration, then it would have been different. So what is the name of the person?
I don't have it yet. I will get it for you as soon as, it is we just got a flag that they're on the phone with them completing it right now. So it may just take a minute. I don't know if you want to start with a question and then return, or.
I'd rather wait, because if once we start with questions, then I want to set a precedent going back to
Okay,
speakers.
We will
right?
do, we will
Or maybe
find
that
out.
precedent is already set, I don't know, can't remember, yeah.
Yeah, we understand they're,
Yeah, okay.
they're filling in the form, so just give us a moment and we'll get an update for you.
Oh, you have a question to speakers? Okay, well, Councillor Tang, go ahead. Questions to speakers.
As we wait for the registration of the speaker, maybe I'll just, a few questions to Ms. Larner from Lynburn. I don't know if you're still online.
Larner, yes.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. So what I guess from your presentation, you're not necessarily asking Lynburn site to be exempt like the other group is, but you are proposing sort of for market rate housing, which you was deemed to be more fiscally responsible. Did I hear that right?
That is correct. You've allocated $26,056,000 through the HAF funding for the developers to develop these sites at below market value. That's their percent or the amount that they get.
Okay. And I think in some of these cases, they're not all for-profit developers, they're also nonprofit housing developers. But for you, it would be much more, a much higher return on investment if city just posted it as a regular market rate posting, right?
Yes, I believe that if they posted it at a fair market value, you would let the market determine what these assets are worth to put back in city coffers.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that kind of your perspective today in council is a little bit different than some of the other feedback we've heard around just retaining that land. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the person signed up?
Yes, their name is Hector Castillo.
Hector Castillo. Can we please include Hector Castillo to the list of, do we need a motion or just?
Yeah, just make a
Councillor
motion to
Tang,
add
you
an
want-
I can
additional
move.
speaker.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay. Display the vote, please. That is carried. Speaker Castillo, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Yep, they confirm they received the invites. They are likely just logging in right now.
Is Hector Castillo there? I'll call 3 times. Is Hector Castillo there? Is Hector Castillo there? Is Hector Castillo there to speak on this item? Surplus to school site? No, we're going to carry on to speak to administration. Questions to administration? I exempted this. Maybe I can start or okay. So the decision in front of us today is whether to sell these parcels below the market.
So what this decision is asking of council is to provide administration delegated authority
Yes.
that would allow us to enter into agreements that may be below market. And
Got it. And the total value, if these sites were to be sold at market, the total value will be approximately $26 million, right?
That's our estimate of the market value of all the sites combined.
Got it. And that will help you advance how many affordable housing units?
That will be subject to some of the applications that come in. We
Yeah.
have done some assessments on the site to show that it could be up to 1,800 units as a total build-out.
Yeah.
We have internally targeted 50% of those units to be affordable.
Okay.
But once again, it will be subject to what we actually receive as applications.
And where are we on our targets for affordable housing so far? I think we met about 25% target or more?
For the half target of 1940, we're at 28%.
28%. So with another 900 affordable housing units. So 900 would go toward, like if, for example, if the target's 900 affordable, so those would be counted toward how many units we need to build under the half agreement.
That is correct.
Okay. And if we don't do that, not only we won't have 900 affordable housing units for families who need affordable housing units, but the entire half funding could be at risk, right?
That is correct, especially the final payments of half.
And how many units would be lost if we don't do that, if that is the case?
It would be the final installment of $43.75 million. That would be at risk.
Okay. Yeah. All right, and the timelines are tight, obviously, and because housing need, like housing assessment, we done a housing assessment, right, in the city, and there's dire need of affordable non-market housing in our city, even though we're doing pretty well on market housing.
That is correct. Currently in Edmonton, just for renter households, we're short approximately 40,000 households are in core housing need, and a third of those households contain children.
Right, and every day we delay, not only we, not building more homes, but it adds to the cost, adds to the risk on the half as well, right?
That is correct.
So that's the urgency of the decision today that we are in front of the committee to seek that authority that you can go ahead, get going on this. And this would be probably big red tape reduction as well on the government side, where sometimes we get in the way of getting things done because of our own processes or delays that we cause as a government.
Yeah, absolutely. This making this decision today would forego the need to do 11 additional council reports, which each would contain a substantial amount of staff time and an effort and investment to bring to you.
Got it. And under our fiscal gap report, I think this wasn't, not this, but the delays on government decision-making does add to the cost of the projects, right? I think, I saw that somewhere, whether it's part of the fiscal gap report or other cost drivers, estimates done, I saw that somewhere, analysis around that the delays on decision-making on our side does add to the cost escalation on projects.
I would say, like, in general, that's a true statement.
Yeah.
The longer it takes you to make a decision, the more you will experience cost escalation.
Got it. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not quite sure where to start. So, I guess I'll start with this portfolio approach. So somebody can buy, I don't know what portfolios you're looking at, so I'm going to make up one. Someone can buy the site in Lymburn, the site in Wedgwood, site in Carnarvon. And they buy all three sites, and if we delegate you the authority and we approve or this idea of the portfolios, then the Wedgwood site could be 100% market. The Carnarvon site could be 100% below market. And the Lymburn site could be 50-50. Yes?
No. So our goal is to maximize affordable housing outcomes on all of these sites. And so we would consider less than 30% on a single site, but we would never consider 0%. We would look for potentially small variations from that 30% based on what each individual neighborhood's current affordable housing ratio is.
Does it say that?
No, it does not, but we have been communicating that to applicants as they've come forward.
To applicants, great.
Yeah.
But the community, the community came with the expectation that if these things happen, that at least 30% of the units in any one development would be affordable. You're saying the number is now something between 0 and 30.
It remains to be seen what it will be. It'll be dependent on what we receive as applications.
And if the authority is delegated and this clause is included in that, then no one's going to know until the land is sold and someone shows up with a development permit. That's the first time anybody will know what any of the proportions are. Maybe not even then. Because nothing comes back publicly. You're asking today that all of these decisions, all of these approvals, all of the proportions, all of the portfolios are blanket approved without us knowing any of the details on just how these properties are mixed together, what the proportions are in any property.
Councillor Carmel, part of the reason we designed the approach this way was to allow flexibility to ensure we can hit those half building permit targets. We don't anticipate that this portfolio approach will be required, but we wanted to have flexibility. We've been communicating directly to the applicants that we are expecting 30% minimum and would only allow for a deviation in a case where there is no other competing proposal that meets those expectations.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that. And what about the community that is expecting no more than 50%? Is there a relaxation on the upper limit?
We have not set an upper limit, Councillor Carmel.
The devil's in the details, and there's very little detail. The detail is, give us delegated authority to go and do any of these range of things.
The delegated authority that we're requesting is to operate the surplus school site housing grant program in accordance with the detailed program guide that's been provided. The reason we've asked for this, it's different from our typical processes where we would bring everything to council for final approval because of the timelines. Obtaining a building permit before November of 2026 is an extremely tight timeline. And while we appreciate that it's nice to have certainty, and I would love to just absolutely administer a grant program that says we will absolutely deliver this specific outcome on this specific site for this amount of money. As you know, because the city does not directly deliver housing ourselves, we're at the mercy of the proposals that we receive. And so if we want to achieve the building permits, we've set some reasonable thresholds in terms of minimum expectations. And we don't believe that there's going to be any challenge in achieving those, given the guidelines that we've laid out in the program guide.
Have we explored an extension to the 2026 deadline on building permits?
Yes, and that is not flexible.
Today?
Today is correct.
Yeah, we've got this artificial deadline that we're all driving to, and we're abandoning process. We're abandoning good process and engagement.
Well, it's a contractually obligated timeline.
Well, or we have less then. But I mean, we're dismissing the views of every one of these neighborhoods to grant the flexibility because of this deadline that's being imposed. If it's not a reasonable deadline to actually follow the process that we should be following, then we don't hit the deadline, or we ask for an extension.
Councilor Carmel, it is a reasonable deadline if the approval is made today. It's if we wait longer, that's where the deadline becomes the issue.
Hard no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Winspear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are a lot of metrics going on here with the number of affordable housing units. I know for the Affordable Housing Investment Plan, the number was 2,700 units by 2026, correct? So, and trying to, what was the 28% of the target?
The 28, yeah, thanks for these questions, Councilor Winspear. So the 28% target relates, or 28% of progress towards the target relates to the half target. So under the half program, we have an overall target of increasing the number of building permits in the city of Edmonton to, close to 5,000 above baseline. But there's also sub-targets below that, specific to different types of housing. So one of those units. And then with respect to the 2,700 unit target, that was the initial target set at the approval of the Affordable Housing Investment Plan at the 4-year budget. But we provided a midterm update after this budget because we had clarity on whether any additional capital funding was going to be provided by council, because only 2 years were approved at the 4-year. And then we also had new revenue that had been brought in terms of the half funding and also in terms of some renewal dollars. So we were able to adjust our target upwards to be more ambitious on the basis of that. So the new target, I don't have that exact number right in front of me, but it's over 4,000 units now.
Okay, so our target was 2,700 and we've surpassed that, have we not?
That's correct.
So we just moved the target then?
The target was based on, when the city sets affordable housing targets, it's based on the resources that's provided to us by City Council through the budget process. It doesn't reflect the need in the community. If we were to strive to achieve our city plan targets of no household and core housing need within the time frame set by the city plan, we do need to create more affordable housing than the 2,700 unit target on an annual basis. So that's why we adjust it up.
Okay, and the breathe policy, it's not a policy, it's a document, guiding document, correct? It's not necessarily a policy? What is the technical?
It's a strategy.
Strategy. Okay, it's a strategy. And so I do want to ask about Wedgwood, about if, because I am concerned as well with the appropriate green space in the neighborhood. And I would like to know if the Breathe strategy, if this particular property falls in line with the Breathe strategy.
So Councillor Principe, this was part of the discussion in the public hearing in the end of 2024. This site was always intended to be a school site. So there was always development intended to be in this community on this site. And so when we look at the neighborhood structure plan and the overall planning for the area, municipal reserve acquisition and school site and play yard identification is all done at the planning, higher level planning process. Wedgwood, as you may know, has the park space, passive recreation area, as well as the natural area, and was originally rezoned in 2012 for a low-rise apartment, and it was amended in the end of last year to a medium-scale residential zone. So it's administration, and council approved the municipal reserve removal along with the rezoning.
Okay, and then another question I have, and this is, something that I came across also in the area I represent, about the funds of the sale staying within the neighborhood. Can you explain that? Some folks brought up that issue or that concern today, and can I get administration's take on that? How do we delegate the funds? Where do the funds go?
So in a situation where the city sells a site like this that would be sold, for instance, at market value, the net proceeds will flow into the funds in lieu reserve account. And so through that account, there's a policy C 468A, I believe, that suggests that the funding then needs to be allocated towards the specific community. And then it's a matter of, I guess, determining the certain work that needs to be provided within that community, both the approval for any planning or design that might flow into that type of work, and then it actually gets constructed. Providing a general answer in terms of whatever that might be. Does that help to answer?
It does, but my time is up, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, great, thank you. Maybe just go back a little bit. So these sites were first approved back in 2015,
Correct.
and they were designated surplus at the time, which is a designation not designated by the public, but through policy, correct?
Yes, they were surplus to the school boards and then provided to the city in that regard.
And they've been remaining dormant this whole time because of the lack of funding for servicing or to incentive to encourage capital development. Is that right?
Definitely one of the issues I think we've seen through the last number of years as we're working with the various housing providers that land is only one component of moving towards and getting a project moved. It's also on the construction side.
Okay.
And so that's been a limitation that we've had where we've had land, but there hasn't always been the necessary dollars to help support certain sites from advancing towards disposition and getting built.
And now with the Housing Accelerator Fund, that opens up some of that opportunity a lot
It
more.
absolutely does, yes.
Okay, and I guess there's a lot of questions around, and you're negotiating with the applicants, and you're confident that you can still achieve some of those targets, but the concern is a lack of clarity on paper. I guess my question, just follow up on that, is like, if you're confident we can achieve that, why don't we just put it down?
Councillor Tang, because we're trying to account for a wide variety of options. There might be, private operators that do a JV with a nonprofit. There might be a nonprofit that comes in and wants to do all affordable housing, all social housing, all supportive housing. And so we're trying to, although we've done exhaustive market sounding, we've hired private sector firms to analyze the economics of each site. Ultimately, we can only respond to the submissions that are provided to us. And because we are trying to develop these sites in a timely way, in accordance with the council-approved Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan and the timeline that was approved at that point too, this is the way that we believe that this approach is most likely to assure our success in achieving those targets.
Because there's a few other things in the agreement that also leaves a lot of room for negotiation. Between the 25 to 40-year affordability timeline, you don't set a specific. It's a pretty wide range.
That's
right?
correct.
And then lease or sale decisions also up to negotiation.
And it's the same way that we run the Affordable Housing Investment Program. The difference is that we're asking for your approval now of how we would operate the program versus bringing it back once the agreements are negotiated, and which has been our practice on the Affordable Housing Investment Program. But also, we've never had council overturn a recommendation from administration under the Affordable Housing Investment Plan. So we do have a high level of confidence that we'll be able to achieve our outcomes on that basis. And this allows us to meet the timeline without the need for 11 additional reports.
But can we talk about some of those opportunities for checking back in, though? You talk about the annual assessment on expenditure. Is that something purely at administration level, or is that opportunity for public discussion? And also as an opportunity just to check in on, how our, in moving towards that November 2026 deadline, what application have we gotten, what kind of units are we achieving, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. We're able to, there can be opportunities for multiple check-ins with council. We can provide memos in terms of the applications that have been received at that point. We always publicly report on all funding decisions related to affordable housing in council. That's the expectation of the city auditor and good governance. So there is the opportunity for multiple checkpoints in terms of providing the information out to council. What we're asking for today is some certainty around the overall program cap and budget, which has already been set through budget, but our ability to work within those confines, to negotiate agreements with the providers to achieve the best financial stewardship for the city and the best affordable housing outcomes.
Because I'm hearing some, I guess, concerns about, these are pretty spread out across the city in different wards, and how do representatives of those wards have those conversations with communities if there is such a lack of clarity at this point. I guess I just want, I hear there's opportunities, but it'd be nice to kind of have them
Yeah,
more
absolutely.
certain, right?
Yeah, we have a 15-page application guideline that provides the details in terms of how we'll be assessing applications. We can provide updates as the process goes along, absolutely, to the counselors so that they're able to answer any questions with their communities. We're also available and have offered this from the beginning, including through rezonings, to meet with any community groups that have questions about the process or the development of the sites, and we can continue to be available to do that.
Okay. Well, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'll just do a few quick ones first. When you say inclusive of the land sale, the 25%, that would be the city's contribution, that means that whatever the fair market value is of that land, not at $1, but at the fair market, would be what would be calculated in that 25%.
Yes, essentially, it's kind of subtracted out from what a total would be.
Okay, that's just one of the clarifications I had there. I think overall, I feel some of the same concerns, having two in the ward, and I understand the need for flexibility, I understand these timelines, but the challenge is when we give admin that flexibility, we lose any influence as representatives of those areas. So I guess one of my questions is, when did you know you were going to come to this council meeting to ask for this delegated authority, or this committee meeting?
When we requested approval of the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, prior to our submission of the action plan, we indicated that batch disposition would be part of that process. So
yeah, but I remember when Dunluce came for rezoning, as an example, and the conversation with community members that showed up there was that they could have that discussion about the specific site and some of the details of that site in January.
Well,
but that's not what's before us today. We're saying, admin, go away, we trust you to find the best and highest use of affordable housing for all of these lands.
I think what might have been the implication, if not the way it was understood, and for that I apologize, would be that.
Well, it was understood. That's how it was understood by me.
Yeah, correct.
And I guarantee
Absolutely.
that's how it was understood by
but
the community.
What we mean is that this is the final council touch point in terms of, in a public hearing process, we're not usually encouraged to talk about the sales or economic pieces.
Exactly, but there's no time for them. So, for example, they brought up the concern about parking, right? And parking concerns. And because zoning, we've removed the minimum parking requirements. There's no details on what these developments, will this development include a parking lot? Will it include parking? They'll never have that opportunity to know until they see the final designs. And by that point, there's no ability to change that or to say, hey, the community has concerns about this. So I think there's a point now where we're saying, and I've said my communication with the community is, yes, these developments are happening, but they still have some concerns that I think are valid, that there's no opportunity. If I came back and said, once the designs are public, the community has concerns that there's no parking allocated in this design, what would administration say to me? Nothing. I can't direct administration as an individual councillor. It would be too far gone for me to make a motion to come back to council to give any further direction. So my hands would be tied. Is that fair to say?
I would start by saying, totally recognize the comments that we're hearing from council. And so to respond to that first part is, we would have a condition within the sale agreement that requires the developer or successful proponent to communicate out with the community around what their design plans are, and going so far as to say that they should incorporate feedback from the community. It doesn't necessarily solve everything, but that would be
no, it doesn't. So I think that when we're selling, so the thing that I think I need to see, and that is I'll just recognizing in my time, I'll probably have a second round. For example, you just said in a response to another councillor today that what is outlined in that detailed guide is what you're following. Why was that detailed guide not included as an attachment to this? Why is there no reference in the report
that those will be what is guiding this. And that we as a council, because I didn't detailed read that guideline to know what those details say in order to say, okay, well, am I comfortable with this as the guideline and giving that delegated authority?
So the guideline, I believe, is linked
It's
as
public,
within
it's
the
public,
report.
but it's not, the answer to one of the questions was, we are using that guideline for the delegated authority. If we are granting you delegated authority today, why was that guideline not attached, and why was that not referenced for public transparency and for council to be fully prepared for what we're delegating?
So within the report, it is linked. I understand that it's not an attachment, but it is linked within the report. So there's a reference to it to ensure that we're trying to lead the reader towards seeing that. The addition to that I would add is when we listed the properties, I think we had also communicated with council members that the listings are going live, and the program guide was included at that stage. And that program guide would have been included in any emails that we had sent out through any communication with any stakeholders that were looking to potentially purchase any of these sites.
Okay. Thank you so much. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from Johnny Bright School, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, B. Hall, right? Thank you so much for joining us. And your ward councillor is Councillor Rice, who is not part of this committee and is unable to join today, and ward EP Kokinipiaste. Thank you so much for joining us. We are talking about building more homes, right? So, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I wanted to pull up some of these themes and just kind of think practically through how we're approaching this. So I know that a really important principle is that we have meaningful public consultation. We want to be asking folks to provide their input on decisions that they would have influence over. Has it ever been our practice to determine an exact unit mix, affordable versus non-affordable through public consultation? Is that usually a question that we ask community to weigh in on?
No, it's not.
Well, and I've also just heard that there will be a requirement in the sales agreement to have some of that consultation, but it seems to me we also have the development permit process, which would, again, if these were Class B, there would be opportunity for people to provide input on, again, maybe parking, other issues like that. Is that these developments would follow that same process as any other development in the city?
That's correct.
It also seems to me, having been an applicant to city housing programs in the past, the program guides do have standing. So my recollection is that ensuring that your application adheres to the program guide is a requisite. If you go outside of that, it's just a no-go. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Great. And again, I am seeing that reference in the report that links to the program guide, very extensive, which is maybe another challenge in the other direction in terms of from the applicant's side, but it does seem very thorough in terms of what communities can be expecting in terms of expectations. I just wanted to also link back, because I think it's an important point that was raised. The report does reference, some issues related to this being an election year. My understanding, and I wanted to confirm that this was administration's perspective as well, is that these relate to procedural issues, timing issues. There's a portion of this year where we won't be meeting as council. There's also sort of red line periods where we can't bring reports that are anticipated to have more public feedback. I'm assuming that that's what was referenced in the report, intended to be referenced in the report.
That is correct.
Okay. Great. Well, I don't think I have any other questions at this point. I'm happy to speak to this at the appropriate time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think just the last questions I have on this, so I've heard a few questions about that 30% and you know, I think it was Councillor Cartmel that was asking questions about, you know, is there a chance spots could have zero? And I've heard the answers no. You've suggested in your answers that you know, you could do a little less than 30%, but then so I guess my thing is we need to have a minimum of 30% total to actually achieve what our requirements under the contract, correct?
Yes, that's how we've structured this.
So I guess that leads me to ask the question, assuming that's the case, which it is the requirement, why can't we be a little more deliberate about that? That, you know, there's not going to be a site that has zero. You know, we must have done the math that says, you know, yes, you might do a portfolio. There's 3 or 4 that might sell together, but you know, with 13, with this number of sites that we have, you probably can't dip below 20% on any given site, or else we actually just don't fulfill our legal obligations. Like, do we have what our floor is? There must be a floor, and I guess I'm wondering why we can't just specify that to provide a little bit more of that certainty that I heard from some of my colleagues. I don't think that's unreasonable, especially because it's a legal requirement.
We could take the direction from the discussion today to actually set that floor at 30%, and we could do that.
Okay, yeah, I think, I mean, whether it's 30 or 20, like, I don't need to nitpick if it's 30 or 20, but we probably should just give you that direction because A, it's a legal requirement. B, I think it would go to answer some of the questions I've heard from my colleagues today around making sure people know that affordable housing is part of what we're talking about. So, okay, well, I mean, that'll be up to committee, but I'll leave that for them. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to follow up on that, I'll go my second round. Can we specify that as part of this approval, that minimum 30% of affordable housing at every site, right? Or how do we make sure that happens? What do you need from us?
Probably best to have a motion in that regard, but
Okay.
yes, we can definitely go down that path to provide that additional clarity, and we would subsequently update our program guide to reflect that as well.
Good. So if we could prepare that. Did you say the guide that you spoke about, there's a link in the report to that guide, right? It may not be attachment. There's a link that you can click on and you can go to that guide.
Correct. I believe it's on page 5, but I just want to recognize.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I think in hindsight, like making sure that we include that as
Yeah,
an attachment for like full clarity is something we can definitely do in the future.
And that guide is publicly available, and there's a requirement for community consultation within that guide, or community feedback input. Like, what would be the next step? Like, what would be community's involvement moving forward?
They would be receiving information from the city at their request at any time, but also when a decision's been made about the land sale. The conditions of the land sale agreement as well as the affordable housing agreement will require that successful applicant is doing information sharing, outreach, and different work with the community.
And there's also expectation, I heard that you said that the proponents consider feedback from the community.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And that's laid out in the guide?
Yes.
Okay. The half agreement, development permits should be issued by end of 2026? Like what is the requirement of half?
It is by November 9th of 2026.
November 9, 2026, right? And so how tight are the timelines?
We've structured this so that the sales listing, where we are expecting them to give us the expected units that they'll be creating, as well as a kind of a site plan, but not necessarily a full drawing set, because they're doing this at an opportunity basis. So once they have confidence to move forward, they will then start on development drawings. And that development drawing period can be anywhere 6 to 8 months. There's then a review process of that for them to get their development permit, and then it gets into the building permit stage. And so that is also, those detailed design drawings can take, could be up to a year. And so that's where we're trying to help them with as much time as possible to complete their drawings and seek that community feedback and get to a building permit.
And just for an abundance of clarity, that I just want to reference this, that with the condition in the sale agreement to do some further engagement with the community, that also ties into the timeline challenges associated with moving forward with those development permits and building permits as well. So just wanted to be clear that all of that adds into that.
So having timelines tight enough for community engagement required, how much time does it take for you to prepare a report, bring that report to council, to committee, then goes to whatever committee that or council you need to bring to, like, are we talking about a couple of weeks of delay, having another layer of introduced where, say, we got to come back to committee for further action after you have entered those sale agreements, right? Are we talking about a couple of weeks delay? Are we talking about a month-long delay, 2-month-long delay? Like how?
Typical report is a 2-month process. We can definitely do that in a shorter amount of time if there's an urgency. But the reason why we framed this in the way we have is really to try to take advantage of some of the feedback we've received from many industry stakeholders as well as the nonprofit sector in terms of how they can move ahead with the development of these sites. And so if we have multiple different reports for each individual site, then that just layers on the complexity and the timelines associated with each report coming forward and back to council.
And this, what you're following was laid out in the half report as well, right? This is the process you will follow.
Yeah, there was a specific reference to looking at doing a batch disposition of sites, which is what we're looking for here in terms of the delegated authority. And then we'll see what the offers are as they come in the next month.
Got it. Okay, good. I'm out of time. Councillor Cardwell?
Mayor Sohi, do you want to put the recommendation on the floor? Because there's currently nothing.
We went through one round. I'll move the recommendation. Yeah. And there'll be, would that be a friendly amendment to the recommendation of 30%, or you want that to be?
That's absolutely, administration's fine with that.
As a friendly? Okay, so if you can, that could be added to the.
That's not friendly, but I'm glad you put the motions on the floor, because now we can amend them.
Oh, you want to? Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay, motion is on the, do you want me to read this into the record, or?
I'm not fussed with that, Mayor Sohi, but.
We just need to ask procedurally from clerk.
I would say as long as all the committees can confirm they have the recommendation in front of them, we know what they're debating, then.
Good. All right, good. Okay, Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm some of the numbers that have been flying around. So I heard that the fair market value of these 11 sites together is $26 million, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and these sites together we expect will have 900 below market value units?
We expect that would be at the largest modeled, yes, 900. Or targeting 900 from an 1,800 build-out.
Is there a low, medium, high estimate?
From a total build-out, we could see anywhere from about a 1,200 to an 1,800.
No affordable.
We would take about we were targeting 50% of that total build-out.
So 50% of 1,200 to 1,800 units?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other city money that flows in support of these units?
This would be solely from the Housing Accelerator funds.
So no other city money? There's suggestions of grants and 25%, and
That would be funded through the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan budget, up to $99 million.
So that's all federal money that would flow?
That's correct.
By way of grant?
That's correct.
This might be an intergov question, so forgive me, but there is the potential for a federal election pretty quick. Are we confident that this money will still be here? That's very crystal ball-y, I know, but I'm just wondering if there's been any analysis on that.
There has been analysis, but we should probably discuss that in private if we're going to discuss that.
Oh.
Because it could be harmful to intergovernmental.
Well, now I'm intrigued. Okay. Okay.
So at this point, though, we don't anticipate any program changes to our contract. We don't anticipate this is all part of our
I
contract.
guess how can you?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay,
We in this world of housing where we're highly dependent on the province and the federal government for everything, we have to proceed with confidence in terms of what the direction we've been provided and the funds that have been provided.
So maybe let me ask you this then, Ms. Gajenner, is it a contract we have with the federal government, or is it a pledge, a plan?
We have a detailed funding agreement, contractually obligated funding
signed
agreement. That's correct.
Okay, well, there might be some confidence in that. Okay, so the amendments I'm interested in that are, that I don't have wording for would be, maybe before I say that, if this is amended to create a 30% floor, is there any value then in the portfolio approach anymore?
Yes, we do see that as a potential, because that would also be something that would be proposed to other levels of government and to financial agencies as a larger mechanism to seek funding.
But I'm not quite sure what that gains you. If everything is at a minimum of 30% as it is now,
I think it means it depends on what you mean by portfolio approach, but we would still want there to be positive consideration for providers that might propose to do something on more than one site, because there's efficiencies from a design perspective or a scalability perspective, a timeline perspective. So we would still want to have something that references, consideration for a nonprofit or a provider that's interested in doing more than one.
What would the consideration be? Like prototype designs, or?
Yeah, exactly. Like we've had discussions with people on both the private side and the nonprofit side who think that there's cost efficiency when it comes to using a similar design that's just replicated across more than one site.
Right. Okay, I don't have wording, but the amendments I am interested in is crystallizing that 30%, I'm not comfortable with the delegation of authority, so I'd like to see it come back, even if that means a series of quick special meetings. And I want to think about that portfolio thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about school sites. So I know that the provincial government has dedicated money for shovel-ready school sites. Are we confident that any of these sites would not be considered for that?
So we had previous conversations with the various school boards, I believe in October and November leading up to the public hearing, to ensure that before we advance those, that if they had any subsequent interest in those sites, that they could let us know, and they did not share interest in these specific sites. We do have ongoing conversations with them on portables and access to adjacent land to help with regards to the accelerator fund that was mentioned, though. So there's ongoing discussions around that too.
Okay, thank you. And when just the discussion with Councillor Cartmel, when it was consideration, like the 30%, and we were talking about the consideration, would that be council consideration or administration consideration? Who would be able to consider it?
So if I understand the question correctly, if we receive delegated authority or if we receive the approval for the recommendations in the report with an amendment that stipulates that there's a minimum 30%, then administration would be the one to make the decisions associated with what's being provided from the applicants and who to move forward with.
Right, okay, thank you. Yeah, that did answer my question. And then the 99 million of 175 million, that is for the Housing Accelerator Fund?
Those are Housing Accelerator funds, yes.
That's a Housing Accelerator Fund, so that's not city funds?
That is not from the tax levy. That
From the
came
tax
directly
levy,
from the
right.
federal government.
Right, okay. And the other thing I have a question about, it also says for that money for capital grant. So I know that there was some discussion here that today's decision is only about sale of land under market value, but it's more than just that, correct?
It is, so it's both approval for whether it be sale or lease of land below market, but then it's also for the delegated authority to enter into affordable housing agreements. And through those, There may be grants that are provided related to construction up to the certain thresholds that are within the program guide.
And I agree with Councillor Cartmell. I would, like to see it coming in front of council. I know it might mean a little bit more, but I have had some concerns in the past with the amount of cost per unit sometimes for the grants that are given. So is that something that's taken into consideration with administration?
Yes, so we do look at like the cost per unit. We also break it down by bedrooms that are coming from those units. So like a 4-bedroom unit will obviously be more expensive than a 1-bedroom. We do look at a per square footage as well as taking that per square footage and comparing it against like industry standards that are published through cost consultant guides. Typically, we see ourselves to be in that midway range on comparables. Oftentimes, different projects that we have with supportive housing, for example, will also have larger supportive amenity spaces or higher conditions that need to be met on security or building materials. We expect these to be more of a traditional affordable housing apartment style than the supportive housing sites. And so we would absolutely factor that in within the evaluation.
Okay, and one other thing that concerns me is that there's a lot going on right now, and in a fairly short period of time, a lot going on under this, profile. What happens, a lot of these leases or a lot of these agreements are for 25 years. Where are we going to be in 25 years? Are we going to lose a huge amount of affordable housing like that?
That's a great question, and that's something that, within our program guide, we do have the 25 to 40 years. 40 years is our maximum if a land sale occurs. And so when we're evaluating the different proposals, we are hoping for a large combination of both sale and lease. And so we'll try to factor in as well, those different timing elements and look at the individual sites as they come in, but also as a larger holistic of the 11.
I just wanted to add, Councillor Principe, that we are limited to 40 years affordable housing agreements by the MGA, so that's a maximum that we can assure affordable housing from an affordable housing agreement perspective, but we always strive for the higher, longer term agreements over the shorter term agreements.
Right. Okay, thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And for some of our current affordable housing projects, they're within that range? The ones that are built and have people living in them?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's a standard guideline we follow?
That's correct. It's consistent with our grant program, our typical affordable housing investment program.
Yes, and for nonprofits, we often also see that they will have their amortization of their loan to be to that same type of length, that 40 to 50 years. And it's not uncommon for when, we don't see as many because that's a long time ago that they were built, but we do see that properties that have gone past that time frame are continuing to operate as affordable housing because they're being held by the nonprofits.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I just want to get some clarification from clerks, if possible. If there were the motion, as Councillor Carmel was alluding to, would that be a Part 14 or, I guess I'm just trying to, oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. All right, don't answer that. There's a few comments during the public speakers that's kind of lingering, and I wouldn't mind just clearing that up because I think it may have from the legal team, because I think it did come up during the public hearing. So I wouldn't mind some commentary on that around any kind of infringement around MGA.
Yeah, certainly, Councillor. If we get into that, I think we'd probably be best to do it in private, though.
You can't offer any kind of broad stroke commentary because I'm just very conscious of a very tight meeting, and I rather not. But any kind of broad stroke commentary because I just want to. I guess if that is a thing, I don't want that to linger in this room.
Yeah, it would be best to be done in private, Councillor.
All right. Okay. I'm not gonna move that just yet. I think most of my questions were more up to just to follow up on some of these questions that came up earlier. So that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. So when I did a quick search on the guide, I actually didn't see public feedback in there anywhere referenced. And when I look at attachment 1 or any of the attachments for the terms and conditions, it says conditions precedent on the sale or lease may be conditional on the following conditions. So that to me is like, yes, again, I understand the flexibility. It says may be conditional on community engagement plan, may be conditional on the affordable housing agreement condition, may be conditional. So that is the kind of stuff that when we're talking about the delegation of authority, that is so vague, and I understand the need for flexibility. I'm not trying to also not progress this. We are in a housing emergency. These can put, 1,800 people in homes and let's say 900 of those in affordable homes. But that's the kind of stuff, that May word matters. So can you speak to that?
I can. So part of the reason that we suggest those is we know that when we're going to be negotiating with various parties, we want to provide a bit of flexibility in terms of the negotiations.
Yeah.
But we're highlighting the key conditions that we do anticipate being within those agreements. I believe the other thing that we have going on.
Because like for me, for example, as a higher governor, I have been very vocal on my disdain for 80% below market. Because like, for example, what's 80% below market of those 30% in Wedgwood? What do we estimate those at?
Well, the below market is based on the citywide average, so.
Okay, so what is that?
So for a one-bedroom, we just updated the MARB sheet, but.
But rent went up 20%, didn't it, in 2024?
We just updated our MAR sheet based on CMHC rates, and so they went up approximately 9% here within the city from the CMHC
But this is
rates.
like, it's a constant bar that's being raised. So what's affordable today is not what's affordable tomorrow. And I've been vocal about that. If I give you delegated authority today, I have no ability to see these agreements and see, are we selling all 11 sites at 80% below market with a 30% ratio? Or are there some that are supportive housing and some that are 80% below market, but in the total grand scheme of seeing all the portfolios of all 11, I see the benefit. As a governor, I'm not given that opportunity. When that's been something that's been, so I just want to like these are the kind of things that are concerning to me about the delegation of authority today. Would there be, so if, and I mean, and now I'm also concerned about the selling to a for-profit. I understand that we've met the MGA requirements and all of those things. But would the tax exemptions on affordable housing only be on the proportion that is affordable housing? So for example, if a for-profit provider says, you know, we can do this, we can do it cheaply, we're gonna do these 3 sites, we're gonna provide, 30% at 80% below market and the rest at market value, we would get tax revenue on those other 70%.
You have to be a nonprofit to qualify for property tax exemptions.
Oh, so even if they did provide affordable housing as a for-profit, we would get property tax revenue from that?
That's correct.
Okay, that helps provide some things. And then, because there's been talk about fiscal responsibility too, and I think about, right now, do we have an estimate, and maybe this is to Ms. Padbury, on how much these sites cost for us to in operations dollars annually? So for like mowing, tree maintenance, if they do have a soccer field or anything like that? Because we would, if we sell these, then we no longer have those costs, correct? That would be operating dollars.
Yeah. So yes, there's truth in that, but I would also remind you that we're maintaining a park and you're not giving the entire park to the development. It's a segment of a larger green space.
But are we selling the entirety of the green space or just so we are retaining some of that green space?
So we would only be selling the parcels that were previously set aside for the surplus school. So that distinct parcel, which is often within the larger green space itself.
Okay, no, this is helpful. This is giving me more information. Yep, okay. I'm just looking at my notes. I'm gonna leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I have a referral motion, more or less on the premise that if this were requisitioned, it would go to council anyway. So I want to refer this back and then have it come to that same council meeting so we don't lose a moment. And so I think the clerk has more or less got my referral motion. It's a bit tough on the fly.
Yes, we're just going to paste it right now.
So my motion is that the January 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02729 be referred back to administration to finalize further details regarding the proposed sales or leases, including adding a requirement for a minimum of 30% affordable housing in each development, and for the proponent to be required to conduct additional public engagement as part of their sales agreement, and that all proposed sales and leases return to committee for approval. So there's a bit of tweaking to do there, but effectively referring the motion back to come back to council, and it would say, it would include clauses that include that 30% floor. It would effectively remove the delegated authority and say that admin has to come back for approval on each site, and it would say that any applicant or proponent would have to do public engagement as part of their process.
So I just wanted to clarify on that last part.
Yeah.
So within the program guide, there isn't a stipulation around public engagement. So the confusing part here is we have two different documents that are out there right now. We've got sale listings, which identify high-level details around the sites, including like the site area and everything else that would be required, or that would be sold. And then we've got the program guide that gets into the details of what we're looking from applicants as they submit offers. The sale listing itself has a requirement for community to provide input into, or to have a condition for community input with regards to this sale. So that's already in there, and we will absolutely do that and make sure that that's included in any sale right now.
So is the condition that the proponent must do public engagement after the sale and before construction, or before permit application?
It would be before we close on the transaction, so.
Okay, so that's different. Because once the transaction is, speaking from experience, in my ward, where the proponents were required after they bought the property to talk to the community before they applied for permits. And that was key to success, agreement, and collaboration. You might note that the public hearings on that site had zero community involvement. That's key. It has to be that way.
So within our sale agreement, there will be a requirement for a building permit as well. So we will have that community engagement prior to the closing of the sale. And as part of the lease program, if they went to lease, a development permit, or building permit, would be required as well as part of that agreement.
So they're going to get a building permit before they close on the sale?
Development permit. They would need that before they close, correct, as part of us moving this forward.
Okay, but development permit is not building permit.
Correct, but they would need that, and so you'd have to do that community engagement to go through that as well.
But development permit is kind of like a public hearing. It's a square on a sheet of paper. It is not, what does the building look like? How tall is the building? How many units in each building? Is there parking involved? Well, there might be parking. Development permit does not give the community the detail that they're looking for to understand what is going to happen.
In our experience, it has been a valuable tool for the affordable housing. The development permit will include that. Once that's approved, it gets to the building permit, which gets into a bit more of the nitty-gritty of the.
Well, in my experience, it hasn't. So my motion says requirement for engagement after sale, before building permit, to be precise. Now, that doesn't mean everybody else agrees with my amendment, but that's my motion.
My colleagues in real estate here, I think that should be workable.
Okay. My time is up. That's my motion.
Okay. Councillor Tang? Yeah, second round. Or third round.
I think it's third round. I wasn't sure if
Councillor Stevenson, yeah, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I think I'm a bit confused by that, but I want to focus in actually on what I think is most concerning about this proposal, is just for all the proposed sales or leases to return to committee for approval. Can administration walk through what that does for timelines?
So the timeline impact, if we were to come back, get approval for every site. So we will, after the 14th of February, have a better understanding of what specific offers are coming in. So at that stage, we're going to be going through our evaluation process. I anticipate that's going to take at minimum a month. We've got a number of these properties to go through. We want to try to do the best effort we can and due diligence around the number of affordable housing units and vetting how quickly a provider can actually move forward with development on the site. So that will push us back by potentially another, I would say 2 to 4 months if we have to come back with subsequent reports. Not knowing if we have that approval because we won't be able to sign any agreements, and then there's uncertainty, and the developer will then not be able to take some further steps around advancing any potential design plans that they have and moving towards a development permit like we'd put in as a condition.
Securing financing, all the rest,
And-
applying
and
for other grants.
Just to add with that too, we are in conversations with other levels of government about how their grant applications would be able to be stacked within ours. And so adding another potential 4 to 6 months on that could also put at risk those funds because they could be allocated to projects that do have that certainty.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, maybe just to the mover, I'm just not sure I'm understanding the risk that this is intended to mitigate. So I appreciate the community conversation. I think having clarity around that, having clarity around the minimum threshold for affordable housing, I see value in that. I'm just not clear what other risk we're mitigating by having to approve each of these.
Our role is oversight. I want line of sight on what's happening on each site as it happens. I don't want an after the fact, well, yeah, maybe we should have thought of that, but too late, we've sold it.
But could you give me some examples of what, because again, these are, we sell a lot of land as a city, and we zone a lot of land as a city. And we don't, I'm just trying to understand, what intervention as governors would we want to have at the approval stage?
I don't know specifically or necessarily, but I can tell you today that this conversation has had a number of surprises. And so if a sales agreement comes back for approval that contains, unanticipated aspects, clauses, conditions, agreements, I would like line of sight of that.
But what is outside what is presented to us and that we have in writing?
I have no idea. It could be anything. We're closing a street. We're closing an alley. We're relocating a playground.
That would have to come to public hearing, right? A road closure would have to come to public hearing.
Well,
we are working within the bounds of the sites that council had previously approved with regards to the surplus school sites and the zoning that was approved for those. So we're not anticipating any additional road closures or alleys or anything like that.
But this is the problem with the question, is that I was asked for examples and I'm trying to come off the top of my head. I don't know what might be in that sales agreement that I would like to see before it's signed. And that is my duty, and I'd like to be able to fulfill my duty.
And I think there are other ways to fulfill that duty, and for me, I think the program guide we have, the draft agreements we have, for me, that is the due diligence. I think that work is complete. I think I have a strong degree in trust, and it's not a blind trust. It's documented from our administration.
How many surplus school sites have been developed in the ward that you represent lately?
I don't think any.
Yeah, and I've had a few. And so the track record, with the greatest of respect, has been checkered. So I want insight and oversight.
Can you share a bit more about those experiences? Like what intervention council could have had to address?
In an indirect way, it has taken 4 years to get to the point of report that we're going to get in a few weeks on actually getting a site that the community agrees ought be developed for housing. That has been populated and the subject of conversation for several years.
So extended timelines has been an issue in this process, which this is now.
Well, it wasn't us extending the timelines.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I want to check with administration because I may be struggling to understand the comment of about a 4-month delay with that particular clause. So in my head, and so maybe this is an overly simplistic view, so you can correct my misunderstanding here, is that you're putting this out, folks are going to submit a bid, that bid will be received by city administration. They will take, I imagine, a week or two to review all of the various aspects. Assuming it was good, after that 2 weeks, maybe the next day or the day after, you would go to the city manager or their designate, and they would officially sign off. Is that, maybe that's overly simplistic, but is that generally speaking how you would approach this?
If the recommendation was approved, the plan would be to, once we've negotiated the agreements that we want to sign, we would take it to our Housing Action Team Governance Committee, which includes several branch managers from across the corporation, including the branch manager of real estate and planning, two from planning and social development, and ask for their sign off. And then following that, we'd ask for 3 members of ELT to sign off prior to to confirm the city's corporate sign off, and that would include the CFO, our deputy city manager in community services, and our deputy city manager in urban planning and environment.
Perfect. So again, maybe an overly simplistic question or an ignorant question, but in between the step of going to the half team and going to the 3 members of ELT, I imagine you would normally be doing that within a very short amount of time. 24 hours, 48 hours. I'm guessing. I know it's an imperfect solution. But what would be stopping you from half signs off, the mayor calls a special council meeting with 24 hours notice because that is within his jurisdiction to do so, comes to council, we do the final check-in, and then it goes to the 3 members of ELT. That's what I'm wondering. Instead of you doing a standalone report on all of that, we have a report on all of these sites. We have what I understand from how Councillor Cartmel's motion is that it's just that final sort of check. So is that overly simplistic idea of a half is signed off, we call a 24-hour notice for a special council meeting, we sign off, and then it goes to ELT? Is there a reason why we couldn't do it that way?
Obviously, it's at council's discretion on the best way to deal with that. But the one thing I wanted to flag is I think the benefit of the approach that was recommended is that we can move on each site as we get to certainty. We don't have to wait for 11 to all get to an agreement and then hold up sites that would otherwise be able to move towards achieving their outcomes. So we might need to do multiple versions of what's described if that path was.
And so I guess that's the question. Outside of the the imperfectness or the not traditional nature of calling, let's say you have 11 separate agreements, and that potentially could mean 11 separate 24-hour notices to sign off. That we could do that and not add more time if council gave that direction. So if I don't want to do the 4-month version and I want to do the 24-hour version, which I'm not hearing Councillor Cartmel wants the 4-month version, I'll come to him as the mover soon. But if we wanted to do the 24-hour version, that could alleviate this concern, could it not? It's not perfect, it's not an ideal world, but if we want that ability to do so, we can do it.
And yes, and we would ask consideration of verbal updates rather than written, because that just adds publication deadlines absolutely. And whatnot. Yeah.
So then I'm gonna go to the mover and say, can you you've heard my question? Thoughts on that? Because to me, I'm thinking, why can't we do the 24-hour version? I don't know what you're looking for.
Well, I'm certainly not looking for a 4-month version of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking for a check-in and a final sign-off. I agree with your take, Councillor Knack. I don't see why it has to take all that much time. And if they're coming one-offs, to gather 2 or 3 and have a quick conversation at the end of the week, I don't think is a problem. But that's simply my view.
Well, and this is helpful because you're the mover, so I wanted to check with you. So I would say, and I guess who am I speaking to? I would say, with that clarification, I would say instead of sending this to council, if we're looking to save time, I think those are reasonable amendments that can be accepted by this committee and then moved forward on. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so that's my main question is why can't this be an amendment rather than a refer back? I guess maybe to the mover, what do you think about that? As per the last speaker's suggestion.
Well, frankly, if this is the amendment, then I have another amendment to offer. and we're running out of time. So I felt that this was effectively coming back to council anyway, and the council would want to weigh in. So those, I mean, I suppose it could be, but I think the referral is better. It gives an opportunity for a bit of consideration before we get to the council meeting.
Feedback from Amin?
So we will be back at City Council for a subsequent conversation, I believe, if this was recommended by Executive Committee, and there could still be further dialogue at that stage. In terms of the process around this, and if council wants additional ability to maybe see the full agreements, I think we just need to think through how we could do that in the most expedient way, because we would still likely need to provide some type of attachment for council to review so you get the knowledge that you want to see. And then the subsequent impact, and sorry, I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent, but the subsequent impact may be that if we have not included items that we did not anticipate seeing that council wanted, that creates that further delay in terms of when those agreements may be signed, results in additional negotiation back with the parties. And then it kind of stacks on with all the other challenges that we have in terms of seeing the development permits advance in the most expedient way, which is why initially the recommendation was to try to seek that approval right now for the broad approach and trying to provide as much detail as we could within the program guide around the conditions that you'd see in future agreements.
Yeah, I'm concerned about time for today as well. And, you know, I think some of the pieces here sounds like it's doable. I would rather deal with that today. But if there's others that's coming, I'm wondering if this is better just to be, I think, dealt with at council as a whole. So I'm contemplating that. I'm also contemplating whether we should go into private, given that a few other comments have come up. Yeah, so I can move that we move into private, but I guess before lunch, I would like to say, I had indicated earlier that I selected one of the items, but if we're running out of time, I would rather not select that item. I don't know how we can do that, just so that we have.
Bring it forward and move on it.
Okay, so maybe I can I bring that, I'll just move that, to bring that 7.4 forward.
Yes, if your intention is to move into private conversation, let's bring that item forward, deal with the item, and then we can pass a motion to
So
move
you
to private.
that we bring forward 7.4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather just deal with that today.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 7.4, bringing it forward. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Yes, I can move.
Councillor Tang,
I can move the recommendation.
in 7.4?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions on the recommendation in 7.4?
Do you want me to read this out loud?
Yes.
I think it's there. So
Yeah.
moved. Okay, thanks.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And then I'll just move into private subject to sections
I think I heard 21 and 27.
21,
might be
27.
applicable here.
of the FOIP Act.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a question.
Questions, Councillor Rutherford, on going in camera?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
I'm wondering, if at this point, this just needs to be requisitioned instead of going into private.
I think my thinking is that just hear some of the commentary first, and then if we need to requisition, we'll requisition after that.
Okay. And we don't want to finish with the speakers that are on the list for public questions first?
Just one person?
Me?
Oh, you, okay.
We will come back to
Okay.
that. We'll come back to that after, when we come back in public. You could ask those questions.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. That is carried.
If you could give us just a moment.
This is grade 6 class. Your teacher is Timling? Tamling, nice to see you. Wadi Pico Kinipiaste, right? Councillor Rice is your ward councillor. Stick around as long as you want. I'm going to be calling the meeting back to order shortly once my colleagues are here. We need to have certain number of committee members present before we can call the meeting to order because of the quorum, right? But we're talking about housing. We're talking about housing, how we can build more homes for people. Yeah. Thank you so much for having us. We are so lucky. We are so grateful to see you. Okay? It's always nice to see kids at City Hall. You brighten our days. You make our job more fun. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Take care. Okay. Bye. All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. I will do a roll call of committee colleagues. All committee members are here. Councillor Principe is on the way, and Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Stevenson are joining us here in the chamber hall. Let me see who else is joining us virtually, if there's anyone. Councillor Wright?
Yes, I'm here in private because we're still supposed to be, right?
No, we are back in public.
Oh, we're back in public? Okay.
We are.
I'm here. Okay.
And Councillor Principe, are you joining virtually or are you on the way?
Yes, I'm joining virtually. I'm here.
Got it, okay. Then Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, got it, okay. All right, so we have a referral motion on the floor. And anyone have any questions on this? Right? There are 3 parts to the referral. 30% minimum affordable housing. Proponent to require to conduct additional public engagement before building permit application, and for all proposed sales or lease to return to committee for approval. So I have a couple of questions on the last one, right? So and this is go back to what Councillor Knack was talking about expedited process, but when a report comes to committee, members of the public have the right to speak.
Yep, that's correct.
Right? And I also understand that you may not be able to sign or get agreements with proponents all at the same time, right? It'll be kind of staggered. So you might have to bring multiple reports to committee instead of one report.
That's correct. So it'll depend on what comes in and for all the different parcels, and we would try to expedite where we can, but there is a risk that things are delayed, whereas what's been recommended within the report is providing more of an expedited process to have administration have that ability.
But if you wait till all 11 agreements are good to go, then bring to committee, that's a lengthy process that will delay the first one that you signed, or?
Yes.
Right. So this is not a week-long process. This is not even, I would say this is probably month and months long process, not even 4-month process. Like we would have to call, like we have scheduled committee meetings every 2 weeks, right?
Correct. It will take time for sure.
Yeah.
The thing that, or part of the reason why we also advanced it in this way was knowing that there will be a break that's coming up due to this being a normal election year. And so trying to find ways to ensure that if council's satisfied with the way that we've addressed some of or outlined how we're going to advance some of these agreements and what conditions are going to be put in place, that we get that approval advance.
Do you make a distinction between public engagement and public feedback? like what would be the difference according to the way we engage? Like for me, public engagement is kind of in person or this engagement is not just a feedback. It's not that you say, okay, give us your feedback on this, then you take that and proponents take that and try to incorporate engagement. It's kind of dialogue between people. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I can start with this and maybe Crystal can jump in. We will be encouraging ongoing feedback and dialogue between the communities and the builder who is ultimately selected here.
Yeah.
In terms of the amount of changes that they will make, it'll be subject to some of their proposal as well. So we don't want to be putting various developers in a situation where they can't advance a project and then it creates additional delays.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to fit things in within a bit of a timeline here, which creates some of the challenges, but also know that there's a desire to have some input still. So we're trying to achieve it through that condition.
Okay, got it. So to clerk, I'm not going to support this referral, but I do like the idea, or I do support and would like to see 30% affordable housing target included in every site. What would be the process to do that? So if this fails, as someone who's voting against it, can bring forward 30% be included in the deal, in the agreements?
Yes, you can put forward a motion to change the terms and conditions of, that are contained in one of the attachments. Committee would just need to be really clear, then they are approving the deals today, they won't return again to council, but you will have that additional condition included.
So I can do that if this fails?
If that fails, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. All right, that's my questions. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, now to speak to the referral. Anyone to speak to the referral? Oh, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am not on this committee, so can't vote, but would urge my colleagues not to support this referral. I appreciate that changing communities is hard. I look at these sites as being very much like other infill development that's happening in our community. Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And I know how difficult that is for communities to be facing changes in their neighborhoods. Open spaces that have come to be used in different ways, getting put to new purpose is never an easy process. This for me is weighed against our urgent housing crisis, not only for affordable housing, but for market housing. It's well documented in evidence, and I think that these sites offer a really unique opportunity to help meet multiple of our goals without unduly detracting from the quality of amenity spaces in the neighborhood where they're happening. For this referral in particular, I suppose there may be a subsequent motion. I am slightly less inclined to put a hard line on 30%, recognizing that something that we can gain if there's a bit of flexibility is if, let's say, 25% of units were going to be provided as affordable units, but at a significantly lower subsidy. Deeply subsidized units are also in great need. So I think there are some trade-offs there, but certainly if it provides clarity as a minimum, then happy to support that if that's a future amendment that's made. Again, I think that conversation with community is very important. Information sharing with community is very important, and I think that that's well laid out in the conditions precedent that are in the attachments. I think that going further than that not only risks timeline, but risks huge frustration for communities that have been in conversations about these sites for years at this time, who may not be able to have the influence that they wish to have. Again, like all development in our community, in our city, every property owner has certain rights, and I think we don't want to blur those lines in terms of these developments coming forward. I also think it's incredibly important for us, given the housing crisis, to move forward in an efficient way. I think what administration has set out achieves that very effectively with appropriate guardrails in place to ensure great outcomes for all Edmontonians. So again, encourage colleagues not to support this, and appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I definitely would not be supporting this. One of the reasons that Edmonton is quite an affordable city when it comes to market affordability is because we have worked so tirelessly to remove so much red tape that gets in the way of housing, and we are nationally recognized for removal of such red tape, and that is why we have market housing affordability in our city. We also need to recognize that we have the least amount of affordable housing in our city when we compare that to major urban centers in Canada. And that's a crisis that we're trying to deal with. And I have been the strongest advocate for housing on this council, and along with my other colleagues. And we need to find a ways to advance that work by empowering our administration to expedite the building of more affordable housing in our city. The more red tape that we can reduce is better. Sometimes we governments get in the way. I think this is one of those classic examples where we are being gatekeepers. And our federal government and other parties do accuse often of cities being gatekeepers to affordable housing. And as far as these sites are concerned, we have been talking about these sites since 2015. There's nothing new about these sites turning into housing. We had a lengthy public hearing on these sites. So I think that we need to be in the way for me is very, very, very concerning. There are close to 49,000 Edmontonians, households who are living in core housing need. Many of them have young kids. It is I think it's fine for us to sit in these chairs and say 4-month delay is not going to do much, or 3-month delay or 2-month delay is not a big deal. For those families, it is a big deal. For them, it is a life and death situation. That's how critical housing crisis in our city, particularly affordable housing crisis, supportive housing crisis. Houselessness continues to increase in our city, unfortunately. There are various reasons for that. But one of the main drivers is because we don't have enough affordable homes. So let's get out of the way. Let's empower our administration, get them going. This is not the first time that they have told us this is the process they will take. We were informed when we approved our half HAF funding about this process. We had a number of memos on this that informed us about the expedited process. So it's not a surprise. We empowered them. Let's not take that empowerment away from them, because people need homes. And we have an obligation to provide them affordable homes. And so let's do that. So I would not be supporting this. And I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just a few thoughts on this. I think obviously the first one, it feels a little bit more technical, but appreciate what's being debated as a referral versus amendments. I hear there's a desire to do amendments. I think just for the sake of timeliness, I have no problem with the amendments being made and not having a referral. So solely on that side of things, I'm okay with this specific motion as worded as a referral not passing, in order so that you can all debate the 3 amendments that have been raised. So I'll save myself the trouble of speaking to when subsequent amendments are made if this is not passed. So I'll just speak to the 3 different points. I think the 30% and the public engagement piece are all very reasonable, and I think as I heard through the conversation, essentially on the 30% side, pretty much what we have to do to fulfill our legal obligations, so we might as well make it clear. And on the public engagement side, I heard some clarity, I believe, in the questions from the original mover, that doing this specific engagement at that specific time would not be an issue and could already be addressed through the agreements. But again, no harm to me in formalizing that. I think if it provides that clarity and certainty, especially on something that has had a lot of conversation over the years, it's worthwhile. Therefore, it just brings me to the third point. I feel like I may be in the middle of maybe the mover and our previous speaker, in that I don't think having it is going to hurt or hinder or hurt or help really in any meaningful way. And why I say that is that I think we can easily address the timeliness. Through the questions we ask this, if we were to go down that path as a subsequent motion, it doesn't have to come back to committee. It can come right back to council. They don't have to provide a written report. We can structure it so it doesn't take 4 months or 1 month or even 1 week if we don't want. It takes the will of council to show up to a meeting, and if that is the will of council to take a little extra time, not even a little extra time, to fit within an existing time frame, a 24-hour notice of a council meeting, so be it. But on the other hand, I don't think that's going to accomplish anything. I don't know if it's going to produce a meaningful impact in the same way the other two parts of this motion would. So I feel a little indifferent, I guess, on that subsequent, that idea of a subsequent there. But I do want to just push back on the notion that this has to take 4 months or even 1 month or even 1 week. Council can act. We can choose to do that ourselves. We can choose to add that extra piece if we feel it is important to us, and if a majority of council does. I think it's already been made clear, and I asked the mover this question, so I have no reason to doubt the mover's intent, because they have publicly stated it, that they are not looking for something that would add 4 months or 1 month or 1 week. So I don't think we should be using that as a reason to vote against that specific part, because it has already been stated otherwise from the mover that they aren't looking to go down that path. Again, I'm not sure it's going to have any impact. That feels, of the three parts, that feels like a formality at the end of an exercise that might give people false hope that there's going to be a substantive change versus the first 2 points. So I wouldn't support this as a referral, if only because you can all just get it done now on committee. And if you choose to go down the path of subsequence, I'm fine with all three, noting that the third is what it is. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, so I don't really have a vote, but I've been listening all morning. And I think that I'm recalling the words of Councillor Paquette, who every time I or other councillors would bring up a red tape reduction, like to point out that sometimes checks and balances are also in place for the purpose of accountability. So I'm recalling that now, that I hear the concerns about delays, and certainly the concerns that administration has about timeliness, but the people who are fundamentally accountable for how these projects progress, if they accomplish what they're meant to do in terms of providing affordable housing, if the projects are proceeding in the way that council has envisioned or desires them, the people ultimately accountable for that is city councils, the 13 people sitting around the table. And so I don't see any harm in having an extra checkpoint to make sure that this is proceeding as council envisions. And I would argue that it is unwise at this point to divest ourselves of too much of that accountability. I think that this is, I hear community is deeply concerned about how this proceeds. I did not hear opposition to affordable housing. Certainly there's concerns about built form and such, but people are looking for accountability. And I think having that accountability built into the process, while it is a change from how administration advocate or articulated what they desired the process to be, as councils, the ones that hold the bag on this, I think that it is wise for us to maintain some of that oversight as to how these projects proceed. And I think it helps council further defend its actions on this. So I think it's a wise motion. I think council is wise to retain oversight on something that is really important to the communities where this is happening, as important as it may be for the folks who move in. So that's all I wanted to add. I would support this motion, and I hope committee does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Before I go to Councillor Rutherford, I want to welcome a few more students from Johnny Bright School, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Miss M. Chen, right? Here you are. And Ward EP Kokinipiaste, your ward councillor is Councillor Rice, who is not here today. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for visiting us. Cool. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think as I reflect today on the discussion this morning, and frankly, many of the discussions we've had about affordable housing, housing needs, housing emergency, there's a lot to unpack and uncover in this. There's a tension, and there's a tension that we often feel in these roles in municipal government. I don't want to lose half funding. I don't want to see people that need homes, as was so well articulated by some of my colleagues that spoke before, whether it be market or affordable, because we need market housing too. We need more market housing in Edmonton as well. That's part of it. I don't want to see these stalled out for that. But on the flip side of that, I think Councillor Hamilton said sort of that tension that I'm alluding to, and I've said it with environmental things. I've said it. Red tape has gotten this terminology of being bad, and sometimes it's about asking whether that red tape is necessary or not, and I think we have to always look and challenge that. But red tape in and of itself isn't bad all the time. It protects the environment. It protects public good, right? So there's a tension there. And so I wanted to just sort of highlight, you know, if this fails, if this motion on the floor fails, this referral motion fails, we're going to have a bigger conversation about this delegation of authority, because I do have some unease with it. And unease that I don't want to stall out this process, but I still feel like I have a duty to articulate. So I want to highlight a few things. We don't know of these 11 sites if they're going to be leased or sold. The report talks about how a lease carries major liabilities that are a future council's and administration's problem down the road. We won't know if any of these sites are going to carry that liability and if the value we're getting for that liability is worth it. We don't know where on the spectrum of affordable housing they will fall. Will they be permanent supportive housing? Will they be 80% below market? Will they be deep subsidy? Those are very different questions as a councillor representative that I would need to have with community. Not that either of them are not welcome in any community that I represent, to be clear, but if it's a supportive housing, I want to be able to articulate how that provider is going to provide the wraparound supports necessary for a supportive housing provider, that I might not have to have that conversation with community about if it's 80% below market. I'm going to learn this at the same time as the public. That's problematic to me. This portfolio business is another thing that I'm very concerned about. I don't really understand how that's gonna play out in the grand scheme of things. But what I do know is what I hear from the residents that I represent is that they feel, right or wrongly so, I'm here to bring their voices forward, that there is a disproportionate amount of affordable housing and supportive housing going into the north side than in Windermere, Terwilliger, and other parts of the city. And so, if we have a site like Wedgwood that's portfolioed with Dunluce or Carnarvon, and one of them is deep subsidy, and one of them is not, I'm gonna make an educated guess on which one ends up being deep subsidy, because from a pro forma, I know which one works better. I have no ability to advocate for my community on that, bring their concerns and their voices forward, let alone other minor things like the details about parking availability. Are we gonna require, what are they proposing in terms of composition? Are we gonna have family units? What about accessibility? Accessibility in housing is something that I've been advocating for significantly. What kind of compromises are we gonna make just to have houses built? And these are all questions that I'm very concerned about. So I understand the need to move this forward, but I also think, as somebody that's a huge housing advocate and a huge champion for affordable housing on the entirety of the spectrum, this is concerning to me, and I think that's fair for me to articulate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Carter, to close.
Yeah, thank you. So, so a few things. First of all, I made reference to a project I've been working on for 4 years to try to bring, some form of affordable housing to the space around the Terwilliger Rec Centre that has been frustrated not by our administration or this council, but by other circumstances. And so there is an undertone here of this being a delay tactic, and I want to very clearly state that my goal here is not a delay tactic. I find the commentary that this is going to add months to the process to be, I don't accept it. I do not accept it at all. Further to Councillor Knack's comments, these are things that can be done in days, not months. And so I don't accept that argument. And so because I don't accept that argument, I don't accept that we cannot add this step to the process. And I don't think that by adding this step to the process, we're compromising the timelines on the HIF funding. And I would note my time has not started. So there's that. It is my very clear belief that the work that we're supposed to do in public. And that part of that is a fiduciary responsibility to the people that we represent. But in order to properly be able to represent people, there has to be an opportunity to effectively insert council into the process at checkpoints, at milestones, at times, to alter the course perhaps, to at least check in, to understand, to verify. If this motion fails, then, and we accept just the recommendations as they're stated, we've lost all opportunity for that check-in. In my time as a community member, as an active community member, and now a councillor, there's been, by my count, 6 or 8 school sites developed in the ward I represent. They've all been met with various amounts of rancor and angst and anxiety. For the most part, we've been able to solve that. And that is a good thing. But there are circumstances around some of those sites that I would have changed had I had the opportunity to offer changes, not to eliminate them, not to limit them, in fact, to enhance them and expand them. There's one site that, the way it's been developed, orphans a part of the green space from the rest of the green space. All we had to do was shift the boundaries, but I didn't get that opportunity. In the most recent example, we have had repeated check-ins, and we have been able to get to a point where the community is not only supportive of the project, but they have not come here to offer any resistance, even though it's not particularly popular. I can only imagine what that would have looked like if I had gone to a series of meetings and said, well, council gave administration carte blanche authority to do whatever it wanted to do on this site, so I hear your concerns, but there's nothing I can do because I gave up my right to do it. That is not red tape. That is not red tape. That is meeting your responsibility, not avoiding it just because it's uncomfortable. So that is a non-starter for me. I will only support this set of recommendations if there is some sort of check-in, regardless. I will also comment finally that as it stands, 2 members of committee have stated their intent to vote against it, which means this has already failed. Yet 3 other councillors are speaking in favor of it and are going to lose their ability to vote on this notion. In circumstances like this in the past, that has been requisitioned to council to allow everybody to vote. Now, if this is requisitioned in its current state, nothing happens for 2 weeks. If the referral motion passes, then work happens in the next 2 weeks, and we can actually have the benefit of the work to make our decision. So I'm the last one to speak. No one can express any other view. So I'm going to say requisition, and I'm going to encourage Councillor Principe to say requisition, and that ends the conversation.
Requisition.
Okay. Well, that could have happened at the start. So okay, here we are. Okay, good. Requisites, please vote.
No, we don't vote.
Oh, we can vote anyways, right? Here you go. Cool. Okay. Okay, this is going to go to council. So we're done with this item. Okay. Next one is Winspear expansion project. This is not, next one is not sustainable procurement policy. Next one is Winspear. Yeah.
Sorry, just something type.
No, thanks. I didn't see that on the. Are we ready?
Yes, so good afternoon. This report is in response to a council motion to provide a report on options to support the completion of the Winspear expansion project. The report outlines 5 options. We don't have a presentation for you today, but I am going to, we anticipated that there may be some questions specific to the projects, and so as part of our delegation, we have members of the Winspear joining us today. So next to me is Anne-Marie Petrov, President and CEO, Sandra Young, Chief Operating Officer, and Wiley Stafford, Completion Project Manager. I believe you have a speaker, but then after that, we're happy to take questions.
Okay, great. We will do that. I will call on if Jesse Watson joining us.
Yeah, hi everybody.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me today. Yeah, my name is Jesse Watson. I am a local business owner and I have a background in real estate and project management. So yeah, the Winspear expansion project, I want to focus on really 3 things. The first item is my opposition towards giving the funding in any way without some sort of payback to the city of Edmonton. I think it's kind of outlined in number 5 in the report. This project has kind of shockingly gone so over budget and over scope, it's almost unfathomable, actually. The report itself talks about impacts such as COVID and inflation, and there's been actual scope changes. I think generally project management principles say that when scope changes, you get budget, not race forward and try to get budget after the fact. Now, the city of Edmonton ourselves, we've weathered COVID, we've weathered inflation. We've used the exact same builder as the Winspear, and we have been able to not exceed budget of 80 to 90% over, but 25 maybe on a good day. The second part I want to discuss is we just bailed out the Citadel at tens of millions of dollars a month ago because that organization couldn't manage their finances effectively. I look at, we just renovated a whole building for Arts Hab, and we're paying them to be in the building at tens of millions of dollars. And the conversation before this was about giving land for free. I think as a taxpayer and with increasing property taxes over the last 4 years, we can't afford to be giving loans and money to groups without some sort of payback to the city of Edmonton over time through a tax, some kind of interesting tax form, or ticket surcharge like Rogers Place. The third and final comment will be, I looked at previous profiles related to the Winspear, one going back to 2018, and there's a couple interesting things about it that I think are relevant for today. The first is that the Winspear said they would weather financial impacts through a strategy of some kind, mitigate risk. Now, I do worry about our own level of due diligence as a city when we vet these organizations and we give them such huge amounts of money. I think there might have to be a bit more rigor on following closely with these projects because as ourselves as a city, we don't change scope without a budget and without approval of council. And although we are landlord of this group, we have probably a duty and an obligation to see this project through, but it can't just be with an open book at the taxpayer's dime. The second comment is in that profile, it spoke to essentially them being financially sustainable for the long term at the end of this project. And no doubt, they probably will. They'll have extra venues, they'll have things to rent. And in fact, the scope changed so much that they cut the retail and the daycare out of the building, which means they'll have even more revenue opportunities. And because of that, I'm confident that we can lend the money to the Winspear and get it back over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see if there are questions to you, Jesse, from committee members and council colleagues. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Okay. All right. We are going to go to questions of, questions to admin and the Winspear delegation. Please go ahead. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, Councillor Tang, you exempt to this? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for this report. I guess maybe I'll just start. For the lease, when does that come up?
I'll maybe ask Mr. Jiraki to answer the questions about the lease.
Just give me 1 second. I'll just have to pull it up.
Okay, that's okay. And while you're looking that up, I guess maybe to the Winspear folks, I wasn't sure if you had any kind of remarks to make earlier, but I guess you've over the I think the report outlines a bit of a history of how some of the scopes were added, some of the challenges experienced during COVID, some of the cost escalation as a result of factors that many projects have experienced. What are some of the measures you've taken to scope down? Because I feel like in the reports I talk a lot about the scope up. What are some of the efforts you made to scope down?
I can answer that. So what's presented in the report is a basic outline of costs, putting many different elements into really broad categories. The budget that we have today represents the entirety of the project scope in today's dollars, where the $53 million starting point in that chart was only the initial cost estimate from 12 years ago, and it was only a phase of the project. The entirety of the project scope includes an underground parkade, interconnection between existing concert halls, between the concert hall and new construction, capital renewal on the existing concert hall, and components of a district energy site and an outdoor plaza area. Today, to talk a little bit about costs and the work that was done there, from 2013, when we received our first grant for construction, to 2024, the total inflation in Canada was 31%, and construction cost escalations outpaced that to be 38%, and that's an indexed amount for Edmonton region for non-residential construction.
Sorry, so just without at risk of kind of repeating some of the things from the report, I guess I just want to hear, like, given those conditions that we're well aware of, and, what are some of the things that happen when you look at the landscape across the board?
Right, so one of the major things is that our project didn't do 38%. We only were at 19%. And that was because we employed several cost management strategies, like we've done value engineering exercises several times, and we've employed qualitative specialists to negotiate our contracts as well.
Okay, and then just in terms of some of the options, kind of talk about how, if we would go with certain pathways, we'll take this asset on to city inventory, which I'm not sort of fan of, but can you talk, I guess, Stacy, can you talk a bit more about the liability? And what is the liability currently? We don't own the building, we lease the land. If we do take that on, can you talk about that?
So I'll start high level, and then others from law or real estate can chime in. So this current under this current arrangement that we have with the Winspear, the city leases land. The Winspear facility has been constructed on that land. They are responsible for the building, the operations of the building, the maintenance of the building, because of the nature of the lease. At the end of the lease term, the city would become the beneficial owner of the building. So I would say, as a city, we have a vested interest in making sure that that buildings like this are appropriately maintained. Otherwise, we get ourselves into scenarios where at the end of the lease, we get our land back with an asset that comes with it a lot of capital obligations. And I'll maybe just look to Bart to see if I captured that correctly.
You did, and just to answer the previous question, so the lease runs until 2045 with 4 10-year options.
Great, thank you. And then if you can comment a little bit about the capital renewal costs, and you mentioned a bit in the report, but if you can elaborate around the possibility for a ticket surcharge similar to other models. Is that contemplated? Is that part of the conversation? Winspear, are you open to that kind of stuff?
So we do ticket surcharge today, which is one of the main reasons why for the past 28 years since we've been in operation, we don't actually receive any operational funding from any level of government day to day. And I think it's important to note that one of the reasons we're here today is that actually the Winspear earns about 95% of our operating budget through on our own means. We receive about 2% from government and about 3% from the community at large through donations or through sponsorship. It's pretty significant, and
it's okay.
Yeah, so that should give you some of the.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So just looking at the chart in the report, and there's a number of adds or scope changes. And I don't know if we want to go through them one by one, but I guess what I'm wondering is, what is the genesis of some of those changes? Because it was just said that, the $53 million original building, that's a 2015 estimate. But if all we had was inflation, then we wouldn't be at 119 or whatever our number is, 100. So I guess I'm just wondering what has generated some of these changes.
So I'm going to give a Reader's Digest version of the journey that we've been on since 2010, when we first had the conversation with Mayor Mandel to develop the lands. In 2012, we developed a plan, and we were very grateful to the city, which has been our partner all along, understandably, because we're on city land and we provide an essential service to the community as a music institution. The understanding at the time was because we had, as I said, a certain amount of our revenue was generated from the surface parking. That was then, we were obliged to develop. That was part of our original lease, is that we had an obligation to develop the surplus lands, or risk losing them at the time. And so it seemed the right time to do so, and I think everybody was, and I know that everybody was in agreement on that. The essential part to that conversation is that we generated at least $600,000 a year from the parking lot. And in the business case that we developed, there was a tower parkade that would replace the parking revenue in addition to then the community program space, in essence, I mean, at its highest level. And I'll wrap this up real quick. So then what happened was that the parkade, we then the city identified that our lot would make an ideal location for the district energy plant. That then ended up being a negotiation with the city to see how we could replace the revenue from the parkade with the district energy. And I have to say, it was a very successful negotiation. We were all satisfied with the outcome. And then for various things that changed over the subsequent years, due to the economy and other intervening things that took place. This is how we have now found ourselves at this most recent scope change around what happened with the district energy plan. I mean, I'll hand it over to Sandra to talk about some of the other components to the changes that you will see.
So there's a lot there. So I'm trying to really reduce this into like what happened. So we had a plan that we're going to spend $53 million, which indexes up to some other amount. Then there was a decision to replace the parking lot with a parkade, a new parkade.
That is correct, a tower parkade.
Okay.
And I think the essence, though, Tim, if I could just interrupt for 1 minute, that the $53 million project, that was in a very, very early phase. It wasn't even a fully developed concept. Like it was a concept that we had that we then continued to develop over time, and then integrating the two buildings. That became the next phase. So there is a lot of complexity to this project. That's worth visiting.
So what I'm hearing in that comment, what I'm hearing you say is that $53 million is the wrong baseline to refer to.
Thank you.
When we talk about escalation. So
and if I may, sorry, Councillor, the reason I insisted on the starting at the $53 million starting point, because that is the last number I could find in a report that council had an approval on. So I apologize if that created confusion.
So I'm just trying to figure out then, at what point in time did we have, a reasonably developed scope with a reasonably developed budget? And then how much has that changed? Why has it changed? And I guess further to Councillor Tang's questions, what steps have been done to mitigate those changes?
So we were, right prior to the pandemic, we were at the point of locking in design and locking in the budget. I would say the most significant changes have happened since March of 2020 as a consequence of the pandemic. And the reason there is that our programming had to change. We didn't ask the daycare to leave. The daycare decided that they couldn't support a business case to operate anymore in the downtown environment. So there were a significant number of other factors. And did you want to lean in on other details?
Well, just to reiterate what I said to Councillor Tang, we've done significant value engineering sessions to reduce costs and try to mitigate costs, and then we've also have quantitative specialists on our team as well to ensure that our contracts are not, in any way padded or and negotiated really down to the bone. So there's been a significant amount of work in trying to mitigate costs. Also in timing of construction, we had some delay costs because of COVID, but we also, some of those delay costs were actually in our favor because some of the commodity costs started coming down after COVID as well.
Thank you. I'll go next. So if 53 million is not the realistic base funding for cost, when you applied for federal funding and provincial funding, what was the amount that you submitted to them for the total project?
And that is the important question, because that is the point at which we knew where we were landing. And I don't know if you've got that number handy.
don't have that number handy. However, when we applied for provincial and federal funding, all of the commercial components were not included in those budgets.
The commercial components such
Being
as?
the parkade, any components that were related to district energy in the parkade.
Okay, so
So
there
the-
will be additional cost, right? So,
Correct.
okay, I think it'll be helpful to kind of get that kind of, like, what was that realistic number? What are the
Right.
cost drivers and what city contributed? If some of those cost drivers were contributed by the city decisions, right? I think we can have that conversation around what needs to be done on city's part in that sense, right? Because I look at the slide that you have here for budget breakdown, city's contribution based on this is pretty much equal or more, pretty much equal to what federal government or provincial government had put in. Like Feds put in 25.3, province put in 13 million plus 13 million, right? And city's contribution for both the grant and the loan combined is about $24 million, right? So I just want to understand better, if you're contributing, then what that contribution should look like. Is there a way to share more information?
Definitely,
Yeah,
it's
please.
possible. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because there's also what we're not factoring into this that is above and beyond the provincial and, with the different levels of government is also the money that's been raised in the community.
Yes,
Which is substantial.
Yes, of course, yeah. Okay. Maybe to our administration, like some of these options, like we don't own the facility, so we cannot borrow money to pay for construction, right?
That's correct. So because it's not our municipal infrastructure,
Yeah.
we can't borrow money to pay for construction. You can loan money to not-for-profits.
You can, right? But then the terms of that loan would be that Winspear would have to pay it back, right, over time. Like
Yeah,
it's not a free loan. It's a loan with scheduled payments that should be paid back to the city, right?
That's correct. Like any loan we would enter, we would generally assess whether, how the repayment would be made.
Got it. But then Winspear would have to identify a funding source to pay that back, whether it's additional ticket surcharge or other operational efficiency that. So maybe to Winspear folks, how viable that option is.
The option that you're referencing being
The loan. How would you, if a loan is granted to you, how would you pay it back?
We would not have a capacity to pay that back.
Okay, so that's not
not
really,
no.
not really realistic,
That is correct.
right? So that is not doable because it's not real, we can't do that. Loan is not viable for you because you can't pay it back. Then it's the cash contribution, right? Of $33.4 million. That's probably almost 1.5% tax levy. I saw that somewhere in the report.
Yeah, it would be a little over 1.5%.
100%, right? Okay. Like that would be the clear. Doable option, but it's doable in a way that's pretty much not doable because of the tax pressure on Edmontonians in that sense. So can I ask you publicly about the CRL? Why CRL is not viable option?
So it is a similar restriction to the borrowing for the building. Technically, within the CRLs, we are supposed to fund municipal infrastructure, and this doesn't quite meet the definition of municipal infrastructure. And if we wanted to go into further detail on all the back and forth we've had on that with the province, we'd have to go in private.
Okay, got it. I'm almost out of time. I have to come back. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you've provided some really helpful context in terms of how we've gotten to this point and the due diligence that you've gone through to ensure cost effectiveness. I just want to dig in a little bit more in terms of some of the interaction with the district energy site on the property. So do we have the dates of when when Winspear started those conversations with the district energy, and sort of when those were concluded with an agreement?
Yes, so we would have started in 2014 when NMAX was to be the provider, or the utility provider. And that switched, I think, officially in 2019, when NMAX had to pull out for various reasons. EPCOR and the city graciously worked through a new negotiation there with EPCOR, and then they met with us as well to understand, again, how the relationship that we'd established with NMAX would translate into a relationship with EPCOR. And in order for us to generate, again, that same amount of revenue, because again, I'm going to come back to the fact that we've always been very responsible as an operator of our facility, even though we are a not-for-profit. And that amount of revenue that we displaced from a parkade, that then translated into the district energy plant, which we were all very excited about and continue to be excited about. The mechanism was that we would then operate the Century Place Parkade. That was the trade-off. That, and along with the lease payments from EPCOR to the Winspear for being a sublessee, essentially, of this land. And it's that most recent change, which understandably at City Council and administration, the need to necessitate that you've identified to sell those buildings is what has changed the operating model so substantially for us. Because what it means is it's future revenue that we can now no longer obtain. And that's where it's gotten complicated. We can figure out other ways to raise that money in the future, but not through earned revenue, because we're at capacity in our site. Even with the build that we're doing now, we are oversubscribed in anticipation of what we're building. I mean, it is a great project that you all helped create in the beginning, and that is being supported at all levels of government by the community. But there's a limit to what we can raise, how we can make money if we remain a not-for-profit that serves the community and makes it affordable and accessible for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really great point, because again, if you had this earned revenue stream, that would potentially provide flexibility, let's say, to service a debt if you needed to take out that loan. But without that, again, you're much more constrained. And then so conversations started in 2014. I'm assuming that it wasn't possible to move forward with your construction without the resolution of the district energy conversation. Is that fair?
So I'm not quite sure if I understand your question, but I want to say that the design of the district energy, where it was to be located, at that point had already started to define the amount of space that would remaining to build what has now become sort of a secondary venue. We would have built differently had there not been a district energy plant on our site.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And again, sort of foregoing not just the parking revenue, but also having that footprint for programmable revenue generating space as well. And then just again to clarify, your current model moving forward, the expectation would be that you would be covering your ongoing capital and operating costs with the new facility. Okay. Maybe just to our administration, I think we talked about some sort of specific liabilities that we have through our lease agreement. And so again, am I understanding, so if the lease wasn't extended and when it expires, we would own the asset. Is that correct?
That is correct. So yeah,
Okay.
if the option was not exercised, then yes, the building would revert to the city.
Okay. And then maybe just to Ms. Petrin, just speaking about some of those broader benefits to, and maybe liabilities of an uncompleted building in the heart of our downtown, in the arts district, how does that impact some of our broader needs as a city in terms of economic revitalization, tourist development, downtown vibrancy?
Certainly the Winspear is an important part of our downtown in our arts and culture and significance in attracting people to downtown.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I think there are some ways forward. There's an option under option 5, but I'll come back. Thanks.
Councillor Kang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, great, thank you. By the way, I go by the building every day on the train. I see it has made significant progress since even just last month. What's the percentage towards completion are you at?
Well, we're well over 50% complete. This phase that you see currently is what we call our base building phase, so we will get the building enclosed. And then the next phase will be our mechanical phase.
Okay, great, thank you. And, I'm just looking through all the options. So there's 5 options. We just discussed how CRL that first one isn't really viable. I'm looking at number 2, partial funding. It doesn't actually say how much, but what would a partial funding even look like? I guess I'm curious. And that's not your preferred, I know, but I'm just, I guess, I don't know if that's administration, Stacy?
So I think we put partial funding here. I think we'd need a sense of what do you need to complete out the contracts that you have existing, probably what do you need to, it depends where you draw the line on any potential staging on completion of the different aspects within the project.
And that there also is the risk of a pause. The third one is about pausing, but that comes with significant risk as well, because we could potentially leave an incomplete project, which for an indefinite period of time, which contributes to blight and not great for downtown vibrancy. And then the staging, which I don't know if you want to elaborate, but it's not your preferred, because it comes with other kinds of risks as well. I mean, they all inherently have risk. And then just for this option number 5, I'm interested to explore, because I don't feel like we can land on something definitive today. So I do, thanks to the ward councillor administration's input, do have a motion to explore that. So I'll just move that administration work with the Winspear Center for Music to provide a report with further information and steps required to implement option 5, interim financing to complete construction until final funding can be secured, as outlined in this January 22nd report, including options for the city to provide operating grants or enable new revenue sources to service the debt due date March 5th, 2025.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Can you make the introduction to that?
Yeah, I think, again, I'm conscious of the timing for today's tight agenda. I think I want to focus on the options moving forward. I think there, after a series of circumstances and things have changed and decisions that maybe you weren't anticipating, and here we are. This is where we are. How do we move forward? If I look at the 5 options, a number like we're kind of eliminating those that are really not viable, and I think option 5 is probably the most has the most potential, but I feel like we need more information on that, and more conversation, I think, between administration and Winspear. So that's why it's here.
Okay, got it. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you. I guess just some questions on the motion, because when I referred back to the report, it says that this holds risks for both the Winspear and the city. I guess to first administration, thoughts on the motion on the floor?
So I think that this allows us to take back and have a conversation with the Winspear that we probably couldn't engage with before, because I had no direction that you would be interested in entertaining lending as an option. So it allows us to actually open up that conversation and talk about what that would potentially look like. I think in terms of risk for us, obviously the risk is we loan money and ultimately aren't able to recapture the amount that we've loaned. And we can look at any other options that we have in terms of how that loan gets repaid. So it gives us some more time to work collaboratively with the Winspear under the direction provided by committee.
Okay, and I'm to the same question, because it says the Winspear's indicated that interim financing would need to be guaranteed and permanent, and that they would be able to make additional repayment options. But doesn't the clause in the MGA for the loan imply a repayment plan?
So if there's going to be, so if we were to lend money, we always look to see what is the repayment plan for money. I think on the other side of this, what they're saying is we can't repay it unless we have some other guaranteed source that we can attribute to the payments of the loan.
Okay, so to the Winspear, are you willing to explore that? With this motion?
And that being, what is that explicitly?
So basically, based on what this motion in front of us says, it's directing administration to work with you.
Yep.
To provide the potential for a loan, but according to the MGA, that loan would have to have a repayment plan. So what I'm hearing from Ms. Padbury is you would also need to explore like sources of funding for that repayment plan.
We would definitely be more than willing to participate in that exercise.
In that exercise? Okay.
Absolutely.
That's my only question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I just want to make sure that I need to understand better. No, I'm a huge supporter of Winspear, and so is City, so are Edmontonians. I don't want to leave the impression somehow that like we haven't caused this problem. City hasn't caused this problem. Cost overruns. Like, is there things that City have done that you would say has contributed to some of the cost overruns?
No, there's a conflation there of two different dynamics happening. So the project cost overrun, we can speak to that, and we have very, very solid explanations as to where we are today and how we got here.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the operation of the organization into the future, that's another dynamic.
I think thank you for that. Thank you for that, because it's important to kind of separate both things, right? Because I don't want anyway Edmontonians to think that we caused this cost overrun, now we're obligated to fund it. Like, we're not obligated to do it. We'd want to do it if we do it because we believe in the potential of Winspear, right, and what it does for the community. So we'll do that from that community benefit point of view. Yeah. And so Edmontoni will step up if they do, right? So I just want to make it absolutely clear that is not. I know you're not intending. No one is intending, but sometimes the way these things reported in the media, people may conflate that somehow City has caused this cost overrun. There are various other factors that we have not contributed to. It's just inflation, COVID, all those things.
Well, an extension of timeline, it's like Padbury said earlier, time is money too.
Yeah.
And there's a number of factors. I mean, what I'd like to assure council, and we're open to any conversation, we are able to be scrutinized on all the costs of this project because it's been so well managed, actually. Yeah. And I think that there's the risk, because of the complexity of the project, that you can interpret the cost of where we are today and where we've landed, which also includes ongoing upkeep of our building, the fact that we've never closed the building throughout all the construction and we don't plan to close. These are all compounding factors that go into the cost overall. And so.
Got it. No, thank you for that, because I think the intent of this motion is, if I understand, is that because we value Winspear, we want to see if there are things if there's solutions. We're collectively trying to explore solutions. That's okay. Got it. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Tang for bringing this forward. While not ideal, I really appreciate the openness to have some conversations around this. And I think we've talked a little bit, maybe just as an example of some of the new revenue, for example. As more people are coming to the Winspear, the city will likely see a bump in our parking revenue, for example, in the library parkade, the City Hall barcade. Are those types of ideas ones that could be considered moving forward? Maybe to Ms. Padbury?
I think with what's written here, we can look at all potential options, I think, on the Winspear side and on the city side.
Great. And I think to, important to keep in mind as well that again, this is potentially a future city asset, right? So the investment is maybe, even though it is technically a loan to another organization, it is also investing in an asset that we may eventually be the owners of, correct?
It's like asking me to see the future, like,
Yeah, totally,
but yes,
totally.
eventually this is on our land and is a building that we are likely to inherit.
Okay, great. Just really briefly, I think the mayor highlighted some important questions, and I think there's clearly a depth of knowledge and history in this process. I don't know we need to make an amendment or anything to the motion at all, but when this comes back, would it be possible to have an appendix or even a memo that just sort of outlines some of those timelines, some of the work that's been done to value engineer, just so that we can all sort of have a common reference point? Yeah? Okay, perfect.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, see none. Anyone to speak to the motion? No, don't have to. You can speak in March. Just kidding. If you want to say a few words, go ahead.
Just a very few brief words. I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone for the conversation today. Really appreciate the work that Winspear is doing to add to the vibrancy of our downtown. I'm really excited by the project, have had the opportunity to tour it a number of times, and just know what a phenomenal impact it will have for the downtown and our city as a whole. It's incredibly exciting work, and I'm really pleased that as a city, we're committed to continuing to find solutions moving forward. So thank you for continuing to be partners with us, and thank you to administration who will enter into these conversations moving forward. I know that will be work and discussions to have, but really excited to see the outcome of those. So thank you. And thanks again to the mover for putting it on.
Cool, thank you. Very quickly, just to reiterate what Councillor Stevenson has said, this is a landmark building in our city, and it's one of the best concert halls in a modern best concert halls in Canada that I hear about. And I have been a huge champion of this, and I was, very grateful to work with you and everyone else when I was a federal minister to secure federal funding for this project, along with my former colleague, Minister Bosno. So I really believe in this, but I also recognize that financial times are pretty tough for the city, and direct contribution in the form of a tax levy is going to be pretty difficult to contemplate and support in these trying times, because we worked hard to bring the tax levy down from 13.2. Then administration brought it down to 8.1, and council worked with administration to bring it down to 6.1, and we want to further bring it down with the partnership with the province, right? So I think it'll go against those efforts if we have to raise taxes to pay for this the cost, the additional cost on the construction. I don't think that will be a viable option. I think let's explore this. Let's see where it gets us, and. But I want to be, transparent and upfront. The limited option, but this is the best option that I think we can explore in these difficult times. But there might be a path. Administration could look and find some creative ways working with you, right? So, okay, cool. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much to all the parties who's been engaged in this conversation. Winspear contributes a lot to the arts and culture for the city, for the province, but also significantly to downtown vibrancy, and not just inside your music hall, but certainly outside as well. And we see that partnership and that contribution. I also want to acknowledge that, during the many tours of this new building, you've included a lot of the community partners, in particular Chinatown partners, because this location actually serves a really important corridor linking downtown and Chinatown. I want to maybe emphasize that I think what we're talking about here for the options for a major capital project, that I can't think of a single one in the city, especially, sort of with a nonprofit community oriented, that wasn't impacted by pandemic and some of the factors that we talk about all the time: supply, labor, inflation. this isn't a bailout, as some would like to portray it. That actually wasn't, I think, what happened with Citadel either, because either way, there is a liability for the city, and we have to talk about what those options are. And, you know, Winspear is, you are a private entity, you operate, you generate your own revenue, you operate on that. But this is a very unique project that has a long history. It just didn't come out of nowhere. And there has been a number of, you know, I think, points that happen, circumstances that happen, decisions that have been made, that is kind of led to where it is today. And so I think, you know, all options should be on the table if we want to alleviate, you know, the tax levy potential that there might be. And I think this motion helps us, give us some time for those conversations. This was, you know, actually, you know, very challenging report, and you know, I've toured the site many times as well, and I know right now there's a concerted focus on revitalizing downtown, and I want us to get to that win-win situation as best as we can. I think this is the best path forward. So thank you all for being here, and for administration, your openness on working on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next item is Derelict residential tax subclass update. Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, and thank you very much for having us here with you today. We've been through a full assessment and tax cycle with our new mature area derelict residential tax subclass, and we thought this was the opportunity to update you on, and the public as well, on the preliminary outcomes that we have seen as a consequence of this first year of enactment. The results are summarized in the report you see before you, and overall I can say that it appears the subclass has been a success, both in recovering some of the additional costs to the city in delivering the services that these derelict homes tend to incur, and also in encouraging homeowners to remediate their properties. Of the 202 properties originally assessed as derelict in 2024, 62 of those have either been demolished or remediated such that they are no longer on the derelict list. And that's actually a result of just over 30%. We consider that to be very satisfactory. Through previous conversations with you, we understand that you have an interest in expanding this subclass, and we are here today to answer any questions to that effect and any questions you have about the program so far.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, you selected this. Why don't we start with having a motion on the floor, because you have motions that you shared with the committee in advance and council members, because that might expedite some of the stuff and questions. So we can ask questions on the report as well as on the motions together. Perfect.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'd like to first move that administration return with an unfunded service package to expand the derelict residential tax subclass citywide. And I will have two subsequents as well. So I just want to maybe give the heads up on some timing for that.
Okay.
Can I ask questions?
No, you can introduce it first.
Okay, I'll introduce
then
it first.
Questions.
As the report said, lots of data in there to allude to the success. And yes, I would love to expand this citywide. I've been kind of talking to your team as well about some of the other categories, not just derelict property. So I have an interest in the non-residential side, in the vacant land, all of that. I think this is the first step towards that. It is a service package because the report alludes to that while it will not take significantly more resources, some resource is required. And so I'm expecting a bit of a modest unfunded service package, but this at least will move this conversation citywide. So I just want to thank Councillor Salvador, whose work really led to the initial motion that generated this pilot, that generated this report and this success, and also to the Mayor's office for your input and, of course, to administration support on this.
Okay, now you can ask questions too.
Okay, great. Sorry, now I lost my train of thought. You know what, maybe can you just come back to me?
Or we will come back to you. Councillor Salvador.
Sure. I am so excited we're discussing this, and just phenomenal work from your team. Maybe just a few questions in terms of timing for implementation for citywide subclassing. So, yeah, I guess just help me understand what that timeline could look like with the motion that's in front of us.
I believe in the report we suggested that we would be ready for implementation citywide in tax year 2027, which I understand is quite a ways out. There are a few things that we will need to contemplate and put in place, including updating the bylaw, and the large chunk of the work is collecting the information for the whole of the city. The non-mature areas of the city are 2.5 times the size of the mature area, so there's a fair bit of work that we would need to undertake in order to prepare ourselves for that. And I'll just look to Mr. Zabo to augment in terms of lessons learned.
I think that's perfect.
Okay.
And
Communication
that's...
piece?
I suppose, yeah, we would also be looking, we would have to confirm what that's going to look like in terms of explaining that to the public and making sure they're aware of it as well. The primary concern will just be moving it out to the rest of the city and what that's going to look like in terms of inspecting all those properties. So that'll be the thing we look at.
For sure. Okay, that's really helpful. So when people, like if I get that question, it's really just a matter of being able to do the groundwork necessary to implement that in an effective way. Okay, and just to the chair, can we ask broad questions? I know there's some subsequents coming. Fair? Yeah, I'm just seeing nods, so I'll say yes. Just looking at the non-residential opportunities in front of us, in a concise way, I'll ask a similar question. If someone were to say, why can't we move forward with this today? Like, why can't we just immediately do what we did on the residential side? How would you explain that?
I'll explain it in two ways. Firstly, it is more complex on the non-residential side. While we do have the ability within the legislation to create a derelict subclass for non-residential, there are a lot more conditions put around it than exist within legislation for any kind of subclassing of the residential. To my awareness, nobody else in the province has undertaken that, so we would somewhat be pioneers on that as well as we have been on the residential side. We would want to make sure that we get it right in terms of definitions, and we would want to make sure that we get it right in terms of communication. There's a second aspect, which is, frankly, our system is not set up to do additional subclassing beyond what it has right now. So we would have to do a fair bit of technical work to make sure that the system could accommodate this or any other type of subclass.
Okay, that's helpful context. So even if we were to put, funding towards this today, there are still limitations based on the actual technological system that we're confined to. Is that a fair
statement? That is fair. I'm a great believer in the system that Edmonton has to undertake assessment and taxation. We own it. That saves us a lot over the long term, but it also means that we're entirely responsible for its upgrading, and we need to make sure that we have the personnel in place to understand the system and its complexities well enough. There are just challenges in that piece, but we have a plan, And we are hopeful that, you know, in the not distant future, we will be in a position to be able to offer this.
Excellent. Thank you so much for those answers. And you know, now that we're 1 year into the subclass being in place, any reflections around potential modifications or improvements or things that we are noticing that we might need to change in the future that have been coming up after a year of learning?
I think we have quite a few lessons. I'm not sure if this is what I should be saying, but the first one is just, I was surprised at how successful this was and how well received it was publicly, which really helped me understand that folks in our communities have a real investment in what goes on in their neighborhoods, in its look, in its feel, and they like to see development and they like to see improvement. So that was a big lesson for me. The other thing I think we learned is that as good a job as I think we did on the initial communication, we perhaps did go a little too quickly, and we would want in the future to make sure that we give homeowners a lot of heads up that this is coming. So perhaps staging it so that they have a full year to contemplate, to remediate, which is one of the objectives, before we implement an actual tax upcharge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I haven't asked questions yet. So just on the expansion side, so even let's say this moves forward, we won't necessarily expand until 2027, right?
Given the motion that we've been working, understanding that that's your direction,
Yep.
we would come back with a proper timeline. At the moment, we're contemplating 2027 taxation.
Right.
We need to assess ahead of tax, and it's a little bit a case of when those legislated condition dates happen and when the tax classes are assigned.
Okay.
So it might be possible for us to do it more quickly, but we need to go away and look at the timelines.
And also to give the homeowner more of that time to assess their options, like you say. So hence why we don't necessarily want to move any faster than what you're proposing.
Yes, I mean, just
Okay.
to respond to that, we could, for example, assign a tax class, but not tax, like not implement
Right.
a higher tax.
Right.
But there are options, and we would be coming back to you with those.
Okay, sounds good. And then on the non-residential side, you know, I hear the complexity and the greater challenge, but we've never really done the work of like assessing how big this problem is in the city, correct?
We have some understanding, but it's not something that's part of our work plan. So we understand the magnitude of the problem from the perspective of our assessors do know their inventories, and they do have a sense of, you know, the quality and the condition of the properties within those inventories, but we've never looked at it
Okay.
with a specific definition of what a derelict non-residential building exactly is.
And then over the past few years, you've obviously looked at 301 complaints, that kind of data, correct?
I can't say that I have, but perhaps Mr. Hutchinson?
So, for example, in advance of the residential one, we looked at, the sources we looked at were the Problem Properties Initiative, which maintains an inventory of properties they look at. Alberta Health Services orders, Fire Rescue has some lists that they maintain as well. So we looked at those types of sources. Direct complaints that might come in through 311, we didn't look at those in that case. That analysis on the residential side, we identified about 300 of those kind of candidates, and we ended up with a list of 200 or so.
Okay.
So we'd probably do a similar type of approach for the non-res side, I think.
Okay, great, thank you. And then on the vacant land side of things, are we aware of, let's call it vacant land tax in other jurisdictions? I'm aware of a few. I know that's also a pretty complex one, residential versus non-residential vacant land. I guess, how have you been looking at some of those other practices?
It's not common, but there are other municipalities in Alberta that we have awareness of that do have some form of vacant land tax. Some of those are tied to duration of vacancy, which is where we are looking at whether we think that definition is something that would be appropriate here and whether it would stand up to appeal. And in other cases, it appears that municipalities are actually implementing higher taxes across the board for all land that is vacant. And before we implement anything like that, we would want to be very clear what council's desire is and whether the potential consequences are what you want. Because there obviously raises questions about what about development land and a land that is being held for specific purposes that we approve of or that council sees as valuable. So it's just a little bit more complex,
Yeah.
I say.
Yeah. I guess I'm also kind of curious because I think a while ago, we had a report, and I recall on some of these specific pieces, I think we've had a landowner kind of come to talk about how they have demolished their property and will some of their taxes forgiven. And I think in those circumstances, industry partners like real estate, associations have weighed in. I'm curious have you heard much feedback on this program from industry overall?
I'll be frank, no, we haven't.
Okay.
We have talked about it in front of non-residential property tax agents and so on, but because it's on the residential side, we're not hearing a great deal of feedback.
That's okay. I'm trying to anticipate, what are some of those things that might come.
I think if we were to begin a conversation about either vacant land subclassing or non-residential subclassing, that would be where we would start to hear the opinions of
Great,
that
thank
community.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I have so much to say in my speaking, but just want to thank you all for the work and really appreciate the reflections as well. I think that timeline piece was something I received the most feedback on, so appreciate hearing that future phases will be done a bit differently. That said, I think the new grant that had been introduced helps to offset that, but appreciate giving people more of a heads up, so thank you. I was wondering with this first phase, we were able to limit it to a geographic area. Is that something we're able to do with the non-residential as well? No.
No. The reason we can do it geographically for residential is the very large latitude councils have on non-residential. Essentially, you can create subclasses under for any reason you deem reasonable. That is not the case for non-residential.
Interesting. So it is very much, we can't just kind of nibble at it. It has to be the whole thing. Okay. This is a strange question, but are we able to test legislation in the absence of litigation? Like, could we go to the courts and say, how will you interpret occupancy?
I could guess that answer, but I think Mr. Ashmore is here and would know better than I would.
We do not have that power.
No. Okay, and I mean, I think, at a certain point, we just need to accept a level of risk, because as much as they may interpret occupied very broadly, they could equally interpret it narrowly, right? To say you have to have utilities hooked up, or there has to be an actual roof that you can go into. So I think that's worth exploring. I also just want to get a bit more clarity around the sale of lands in arrears, because I feel like I've heard some different answers in different places. So I think the report references when someone falls into arrears within 3 years, I think we have the tax auction option. And then is the land owned free and clear at that point? I thought there was some longer...
No, it isn't. It's only transferred if somebody purchases it, which is highly unusual. What happens if it is put up for auction and there are no buyers is the municipality has the option to do things, but also has to accept all the consequences of that action. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm going to ask Mr. Ashmore to weigh in.
Well, and maybe before you do too, I'll maybe just bring up the counterpoint of the Dwayne's Home property, where I think we were provided with a timeline that was much shorter in terms of how quickly we could potentially dispose of that land.
So, simply put, Councillor, there are certain timeframes for the tax auction process. They surround the term tax arrears. Tax arrears means taxes that are owed for not only the current year, but the past year. you don't actually start the tax auction process until you have tax arrears of more than 1 year. So now you're in 2 years. And then you have timelines to set the auction, which takes you into that 3rd year. So once there is a tax recovery notification on the property, which is the process has already started, then you're allowed to put it up for auction. And my recollection of the Dwayne's Home property is we were already there. So it was a matter of the process had already started. It was, are we going to continue on that process?
But I think what was accelerated was how quickly we could dispose of the lands. Because I understand if we do tax auction, then we usually, there's like another 10 years, like
No,
if it
Councillor.
doesn't sell?
No, not in Alberta. There are various
okay.
jurisdictions that have different rules, but in Alberta, essentially once the auction, the gavel hits, it's sold. Assuming that they pay the money, it transfers, and it's an immediate transfer. There's no right of redemption. If it doesn't sell and the municipality takes it as a first step, and they call that a tax forfeiture, then there is a right of redemption if somebody pays off the taxes.
And what
But
is the
we
length
can-
of time for the right of redemption?
It's basically a matter of,
Probably don't need to go into it more here, but that's really helpful. I'm just thinking about how we, just as this program continues to run, I think we may, it's the question of how do we best get these lands into productive use in the quickest time possible. But appreciate it. No further questions at this point.
I should add, Councillor, just very quickly, because, partly because of your last comment. If we take it as a tax forfeiture, we can then market sell, and the minute it sells, there is no right of redemption anymore. So there is other nuances here.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just sort of one question. First of all, great report. There's always been sort of this issue that I want to make sure is somewhere covered. And so I know in the report it talks about the vacant, the non-residential, and then the residential as options. Where would, like, if a property is half-built and then kind of abandoned, would that still fall into the derelicts tax subclass? As it
Yes, it
currently
does.
stands?
Actually, after a suggestion from this committee, we included abandoned construction in the definition of
Okay,
derelict.
I wanted to confirm that, because and have we had any success with those sites?
It's uncommon in the mature area. I think anecdotally from what my assessors tell me, if we do expand this to the full city, we will probably find more instances of abandoned construction because of
And-
what
and what
happens
is-
in developing areas.
And what is to define of abandoned? Because, like, for example, I'm thinking of on 123rd Street in Inglewood, there was supposed to be a multi-unit sort of mid-block right off of 111th Avenue, where I remember walking by and seeing like rebar sticking out and the basement poured, but then it was just left like that. But they can just keep pulling development permits in perpetuity, can't they? So is that, how do we actually?
Without being able to look at that specific account in the moment, if it's classified as a residential property, that would, under our definitions, qualify as a derelict property. But if it's not classified, if it's abandoned
What's the
construction.
definition of abandoned construction? That's, I guess, where there's an interplay there with if they have a development permit, or, because if they can just continually pull development.
We would
or-
not look at development permits in isolation.
Okay.
If the project is abandoned, it is residential, then we are within our bylaw rights to classify that as a derelict property, if it's residential and in the
Okay.
mature.
I'd be curious to see that
Yep.
site and see what's happened or not, just to get an understanding if there's a gap or, a loophole or anything there that needs to be covered, but offline.
Anton is happy to look that up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just one last question. I'm curious if this work is also, I guess, attracting new investment to communities. I'm thinking about all the demolitions that are happening. Are we seeing, like, permits for housing going in at the same time? Is that happening? Do we have any line of sight to that?
That linkage likely does exist, but we're looking at it from one aspect and one lens, and I think the development and planning branches will be looking at it from a different, but I'll ask Mr. Hutchinson if he knows of properties that have actually been demolished and rebuilt within this timeframe.
Yeah, we do have some anecdotal information certainly about some of the properties within the subclass. I'll also say I was speaking with some of our colleagues on the Problem Properties Initiative, and they're looking at some of these statistics as well. I think they're a little preliminary, and they're not really mine to speak to at all, but I think they have some research along those lines that I'm sure they'll be keen to share with you at some point soon.
Okay, great. Looking forward to seeing that info as well. Thank you.
I think that'll be good information to see connection, and also, connection to disorder, crime, drug houses, say interconnected stuff. Good. That'll be good. That concludes the questions on this. Okay. Please, anyone to speak? We have a couple of subsequents as well. Let's speak to, let's vote on this, then speak to everything together. Okay. Okay. Oh, you want to speak to this? Okay, speak to this, then don't speak to. Okay. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor. Who wants to speak? Sorry, Councillor.
I'm really sorry. I have one more question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No.
This brings an unfunded service package to budget in the fall. That's after the election. And so to the clerk, does that kind of die on the order paper, or does it live?
Council is a continuing body, so you can pass motions just as you do for things due in Q2 2026.
So that's okay. All right.
Fine.
Okay. Sorry, just a quirk. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, now to speak. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just wanted to take a few moments to say a huge thank you again to the team. This is incredible and transformational. I think that, our tax tools are so powerful in shaping the city and helping us work towards our goal and creating safer, more vibrant neighborhoods. So thank you for your work. It's incredible to see the results. I agree. I think they were more than I was expecting, even being a huge supporter of the program. Not only more demolitions, but the sale of land too, I think is so exciting, and again, sort of exactly the intent that we wanted to achieve. I hear frequently from neighborhoods across the ward that I represent, just a sense of palpable relief from neighbors when these properties are coming down. It's not a silver bullet. I know there are some I can think of in particular that we're not seeing the change happen as fast as we'd want, but I think the tax continues to put that pressure that I hope moves things along faster and we get to a better place for our communities. Removing these properties from neighborhoods directly impacts public safety, directly impacts sense of belonging, and it reduces costs on our city, decreasing the number of fire callouts, decreasing bylaw complaints. So it's a huge win. I could probably talk, my time hasn't even started. But I will leave it there given the time. But just wanted to say, thank you to Councillor Salvador, all my colleagues for supporting this work, and to staff again for the excellent job.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also want to just take a moment to recognize the success of this program and to congratulate administration for taking an innovative and thoughtful approach to an identified problem in our communities that is very real. The outcomes after just 1 year are exceptional. 30% of derelict properties have been demolished, 8 have been remediated to the point where they're not considered derelict, and property owners who had been holding on to derelict properties are dramatically more likely to sell them. And I was also reflecting on some of the takeaways in the survey results, which were fascinating to read through. And the one that stuck out to me was over 90% of Edmontonians believe that we need to take action on derelict properties and are overwhelmingly supportive of this approach. It's clear to me that this approach is influencing the behavior of derelict property owners and improving safety and vitality in our communities. I'm recalling, I think it was last summer when we were discussing the tax forgiveness for owners who address their derelict properties, and I recall a speaker shared that they ran as fast as they could to address their property after learning that it would be affected by the subclass. And I think, you know, that was encouraging to hear. It signals that that this is changing behavior. I'm also really pleased to know that the subclass is defraying the costs of bylaw and emergency services associated with these properties that were effectively unrecoverable. And this subclass is also about efficient municipal service delivery, and it's excellent to see that the net positive revenue associated with the subclass. And as was shared by my colleague, going beyond the numbers and the data in this report, I just want to reiterate that I'm hearing from community members in the neighborhoods that I represent who are noticing a real difference and are grateful to see the city taking action on these properties that not only cost all Edmontonians but often pose a real safety risk to surrounding neighbors. People in these communities have lost a lot of sleep because of derelict properties next door. So I'm really proud to see that we're taking this approach. And it's a really wonderful layered approach. I mean, super thrilled about the tax subclass and being able to advance that work alongside the Problem Properties Initiative has been incredibly effective. And then just finally, again, want to recognize that our administration is really leading the way here across Canada. I've had councillors from other municipalities reaching out to see how they might implement something similar. And I think that's really a testament to administration's willingness to innovate and to go where no taxation and assessment department has gone before. And that is fantastic and something that should be celebrated. So it's wonderful to have this tool in our tool belt alongside the other work we're doing. And I look forward to continuing to advance it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Yeah, not to repeat everything, you guys are phenomenal. You guys doing phenomenal work in this area, including the team who are working on shutting down these derelict properties, including the fire department. So congratulations on the hard work, and the success is quite demonstrated in the numbers that you have highlighted and the anecdotal stuff that you're hearing, and the confirmation of that from community members that council members are hearing. So thank you. It really speaks to that. I also look forward to subsequent motions, expanding this to non-residential properties, and also, on looking at the vacant land, how we can encourage people to develop that. There are a lot of vacant lots in our city that are people holding for speculative purposes, whether they're doing in the residential areas, whether they're doing in downtown, whether they're doing in industrial commercial areas, right? I think we need to start cracking down on those. And I think, after a while, if people are not developing, we should have a zero tolerance for that kind of thing, because we need more homes. We need more industrial development, we need more commercial development. And I think this also ties into our substantial completion conversation too, in a way that, we need to demonstrate to Edmontonians that areas that we have approved are being developed before we get into new areas, right? Otherwise, people will leapfrogging and holding properties for speculative purposes. Okay, good. All right, good work. And with that, Councillor, to close.
Yeah, great, thank you. I think maybe just to kind of preface, there's this motion here to expand citywide, a couple of subsequents coming addresses the sort of the non-residential subclass, exploring that, as well as the vacant land aspect as well. And the intent, and I'm going to speak once to kind of this package of motions, but the intent here is to really make sure we don't stop this conversation just at the pilot stage. And I think overall, when we say what problem are we trying to solve, I think you're solving actually a lot of issue when it comes to municipal service delivery, safety issues, and all kinds of things that my colleagues have touched on. But I'll share a few years ago when I was working at the city, working, a lot of the issues that continue to mire us today in the downtown core. One of the things that community members have talked about was empty storefronts, empty lots. We actually even did an audit of downtown and some of the surrounding neighborhoods of, how many how many of those properties there are. And at the time, we even looked at what are some of the policy levers, what are some, what are the various tools we have from different jurisdictions. I still have that document. I still think it's very relevant. But taxation is always kind of been seen as this really challenging tool to explore. So I feel really heartened that we are at this point today. Because I think since the pandemic, because at the time it was pre-pandemic, we still had lots of vacant areas that is underutilized, that doesn't contribute to vibrancy. And I think since then, those dots on the map actually have expanded. And in my ward, though, to a lesser extent compared to the mature neighborhoods, I hear frequently, especially in some of the industrial areas, vacant non-residential locations, issues around squatting and fire, and on some of the properties, even in the residential areas, and neighbors are fed up with sort of the limits. They're at a limit with what bylaw can offer, and they want to know what other tools do we have. And this isn't the be all end all, and the taxation tool needs to be complemented with other other levers. And I feel like now we can confidently say, like, we found something, and we're going to really look into that as much as we can, and do our best to maximize our opportunities to make sure we have safer and healthier communities. So just on that vacant land piece, I'm aware, for example, say St. Albert has something like that, and I hope some of the subsequent motions can give you the room to really explore and look at those options and what will work in our Edmonton context. Yeah, I think I will maybe just leave it there. I think this is really excellent work, and lots of kudos to. I just want to recognize Councillor Salvador especially, because you've been kind of on this from the beginning. Lots of your residents came forward to speak about the challenges that they're facing when it comes to derelict properties, and this is. To me, this is where community, the city, and then administration, council, and also different partners have come together to really make a meaningful change. So thank you all.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Yeah. It is carried. Now to subsequents.
I'd like to move that administration return with an implementation strategy for a derelict non-residential tax subclass, including but not limited to 1, metrics on the prevalence of derelict non-residential properties. 2, draft methodology for deeming properties unoccupied that have not been actively used for their intended use for 12 consecutive months, based on objective criteria such as utility consumption levels, active business licenses or permits, physical signs of disrepair or neglect, lack of visible occupation, and failure of owners to provide evidence of active use or occupation within a defined time frame after notice. 3, potential exemptions for properties undergoing renovations, seasonal closures, or other temporary non-use. 4, prorated tax forgiveness for remediated derelict properties. 5, a proposed maximum tax rate. And 6, resource requirements and timeline to implement the strategy. Due date Q2 2026.
Okay. Any questions, colleagues? Oh, can you make the introduction? Sorry, Councillor Deng, I forgot.
I kind of felt like I did in my closing, but this is just to continue this conversation and explore other pathways for other categories of
Great.
vacant buildings.
Any questions? I see none. Please vote.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Principe?
Sorry, I was trying to click on I just want to read. I haven't seen this, so I just wanted to finish reading.
Oh, yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Voting on it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am ready to vote.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next one.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that administration bring back a report with options to address vacant, unimproved residential and non-residential properties, including but not limited to policy tools, tax mechanisms and subclassing, and advocacy opportunities to discourage speculative landholding and prolong vacancies while encouraging timely development and productive use of land in Edmonton's redeveloping area, due date Q2 2026. And if I may, I'm happy to just add a little bit more to this one. I think in the report and in the presentation, administration has highlighted that the vacant land piece is just kind of a bit more unique. And so I think for this one, we're really not limiting ourselves to taxation, but really kind of having a broader conversation about, you know, what is the issue, how big is the issue, and what are all the tools that we can leverage. So so this one's a little bit different than perhaps what I was alluding to earlier.
Great. Any questions? Okay, if not, we ready to vote? Please vote.
Councillor Cartmel?
Sorry, yes?
We have all the votes then.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other subsequence? No. Any other subsequence, colleagues? See none. Well, we are at 3:25. We only have 5 minutes for you, first of all. Sorry.
I have a notice.
Yeah. Oh, you have a notice?
We have to deal with 6.1 first.
So why don't we just, can we send that, sorry,
We postpone it to the next executive committee meeting?
yes, and we'll deal with it next, for sure. Okay, okay. Yes, promise. Okay, we need a motion, right?
A motion to postpone to the February 12th executive committee meeting, please.
So moved.
Please vote.
Yes?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, so that deals with everything other than responses to consular inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notes of motions are motions without customary notice. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. At the February 4th, 5th City Council meeting, I will move that administration provide a report summarizing progress to date on the revisions to the Complete Streets policies, standards, and guidelines.
And Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I have one as well.
Okay, please go ahead.
I shared that a few days ago with committee members. I move that, I would like to give notice at the next executive committee meeting that administration bring a report to committee providing background and outlining the tax forgiveness options for Southern Springs GP Ltd. from 2020 to 2024 for property address 671 Watt Boulevard Southwest. Is that good? Okay. And due date, oh, sorry. I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Okay. When will be our, so executive committee, because I forgot actually something that I need to make a notice of motion on the Heritage Festival stuff, but I can do that at council, right?
You can give notice at council as long as the required number of days' notice is given before you make it, yes.
Or notice without, who could do
Or you
that?
could do notice without customary motion
Okay.
if your colleagues, yes.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Okay, we'll figure that out. Okay, thanks. Okay, we are adjourned at 3:28. We have 15-minute break before our next meeting starts.